In accordance with the open meeting law, the board states for the record that this meeting is being recorded by NORCAM and may be recorded by other local media. We also have Zoom in progress.
Right, that's being recorded.
That's being recorded. If we could all stand and face the flag for the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. All right. We're actually going to start with board member reports tonight. And we'll do old and new business at the, I feel like I'm echoing. Am I echoing?
Or you could just
Casey,
hear
can you
you.
hear that? Actually, that's not.
You can hear you, which is good.
I think that's better. Thank you. So we'll do old and new business at the end, just board member reports. To start, I feel like it's important because sometimes we're announcing some things that are going on in the community and nobody's listening at the end of the meeting. So if we can get that stuff out there at the beginning, I think it's better. So Mr. O'Leary, do you want to start?
Sure, just August 1st, Tuesday, National Night Out is going to be taking place.
Stealing my thunder.
That's all right, you can take the whole thing and talk about it.
No, it's okay.
The Board of Health is going to be one about really impacting a lot of departments. We're looking to see volunteers, but also in concert with that, that's from 5:30 to 7:30.
Yeah.
But Dana-Farber mammograph exam is
Yes.
also going to be present at Institute River Park from 10:30 to 6:30. People who delayed having their mammograms done or find a need, just go online and register. We'll be there from 10:30 to 6:30. And also, want to note that the Board of Health is, Public Health Nurse Pam Merrill runs a blood pressure clinic every week at the Senior Center. It's called the Senior Center of Board of Health. And check the schedule, check the calendar. And so they're very busy and lots going on. Other than that, nothing else.
Great, thank you. Mr. Wallner?
All my committees decided to take a break over the summer so far.
Good for them.
So I don't have much to report, but I will say that I really like seeing in the paper that the affordable housing lottery went up for the Martin's Pond, the development. Martin's Landing, excuse me. Martin's Landing, and I know we had something to do with that, which was really good to see that. So I don't know if you all saw that in the paper, but we're at least trying to create affordable housing when we can for new developments, which is really good. So congratulations to us for making that happen.
Great.
Quick question, Madam Chair.
Yes.
Is that the period to apply ended yet for that? Then why don't you
July 10th was the deadline,
Oh, all right.
and the lottery was on August 4th. It's going to be August 4th.
Oh, it's going to be August.
It's going to be August 4th. Yeah, good question.
Okay.
But it's nice it's out there. So I hope people in town went for it, which is the main point. So anyways, that's it. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Studo?
I have nothing.
Mrs. Manu?
I don't have anything either.
Okay. So I'll take it.
I just have one more thing.
Yeah, please.
Before you get into your,
Yeah.
and that is the water commission. We're going to get a quote from the chair tonight in relation to the water rate. We're looking for people, we're looking for volunteers in the water commission. So anybody that's interested in serving, please fill out a citizen activity form, fill it in, and we'll consider the application. So if you're interested in conserving water rates, hope to measure water quality, get involved.
How many people do you need, Mr. O'Leary? You need 3 people?
Okay.
And citizen activity forms can be picked up where?
Online.
Online?
Or they can be printed online.
Contact Jen, Selectman's office.
Okay, great. Thank you. Oh, yes, Mrs.
I realize that this is not public comment time, but
Correct.
obviously by then. The Finance Committee is planning, assuming that the board has no issue, with undertaking a review of financial policies with an eye to revising some of them perhaps creating some new ones. We feel that given the Moody's
Recording in progress.
things a little differently this year, that this would be in our best interest. Winchester almost lost their AAA bond rating this year because they didn't have a breakout of different policies. So our intention is to look at existing financial policies, see if we would recommend additional ones be created, see if some need to be revised, and pass this on to the Board of Selectmen for their input, wisdom, and ready to approve. But I thought that you guys might want to know and give some input if you have a problem with it, that that's something that we would like to look at. Some of these policies we already have, but they're embedded in bigger policies. So we need to break them out. So there's a specific free cash policy, for example, which exists, but it exists in the old capital policy, which was last revised in 2001. So that's our intent, and I hope that the board thinks it's a great idea.
Okay, so, right, it wasn't public comment. We'll interrupt board member reports for a moment, and Mrs. Neal
Oh, yeah,
Kelly.
you have, I'm sorry, but I also would, and I know you've been here when we've had the auditor's presentation, but I would direct you to many of those recommendations
Right.
that were,
and the auditor
yes,
has
put upon the
changed,
finance department
Yes,
to
I've
bring
talked to
forward
Ryan,
with
I've
us.
talked
Yeah.
to the town administrator.
Yeah.
The auditor was changed, as you know, and it has since been bought out by another company. And I'm also we're looking at MMA. We're also talking to some other communities to see what kinds of policies that they have in place as well. So we're looking into it and seeing what makes sense for North Reading. And in talking with a number of other communities, I have to say that while North Reading is at the top of the stack, it certainly looks in pretty decent shape compared to a lot of these places. So that's our intent, and hopefully the board thinks it's a good idea.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
You're welcome. Anybody else want to comment on that?
Sounds like a good idea.
Thank you. So, National Night Out will be Tuesday, August 1st, as Mr. O'Leary said, from 5:30 to 7:30 at Ipswich River Park. The event features a free barbecue by the North Reading Police Department, Fire Department, interactive elements, a bounce obstacle course, face painting, touch a truck, drone demonstration, resource tables, free raffles, and more. And like Mr. O'Leary said, there will be a new addition that the Health Department procured from Dana-Farber for mammogram screenings, which is fantastic. So if you go on to probably the Community Impact website or Facebook page, you could probably find all the links to sign up for things. They're also looking for anybody who wants to submit an application for free space by July 20th, so you still have time. And seniors who need transportation are encouraged to contact the Elder Services to get a ride back and forth. Plenty of parking. Rain date is August 8th. And then for the Veterans Events Committee on August 7th at 6 o'clock, Monday night, we'll be doing a Purple Heart ceremony up at the O'Leary Center at the monument. And they'll be having Purple Heart recipients there. It's going to be a great community event. If anybody can make it, that would be great. We do have a meeting that night at 7. I'm going to try to make it 7:30. And so if any of the members would be able to make it there at 6, and then we could come to the meeting from there, that would be fantastic. I will be there. So that is all. And our next is to discuss the Chestnut Street culvert replacement. Mr. Kilbride?
Thank you, Madam Chair. So, pardon my moving around the room here, we seem to have an internet connectivity issue that's causing a bit of a lag in some of the videos. So hopefully we have that resolved now. As I mentioned in the notes, the DPW director was previously scheduled to be out of state, so he is not able to join us this evening, but we do have with us the town engineer, Dan O'Donnell. Dan, if you want to just come up and join us here, maybe introduce folks from TEC, our engineers, who we've been working with regard to Chestnut Street, as well as some of the intersection work that's going on here in town. And I'll just ask folks if they want to introduce themselves. And I think we have one person virtually too.
So TEC's here to present just a very basic PowerPoint on replacement and design.
Thanks, Dan. Madam Chair, members of the Select Board, for the record, my name is Jody Trumpio. I'm a principal with TPC, the Engineering Corps. I'm here tonight with our project managers, Andrew Spur, and virtually Sam Gregorio, who we've all met through previous Select Board meetings, talking about some various other transportation projects in town. I have some visuals, not so much a presentation, sort of just.
Is that Sam that was at our meeting that went like this? Had questions? Ask these other guys? Or was that someone else? Sorry.
It's traffic related, Sam's the person to talk to. If it's bridge related, it's the folks here. So a couple of visual aids this evening to kind of explain the thought process that went into everything that we've done to date for the town. And as the agenda suggests, people often refer to Chestnut Street as a culvert, and by definition, it's a rather large structure, and it's actually considered a bridge. So we wanted to provide a visual of the actual size of this. I actually have a cousin who lives in town, and when I mentioned the Chestnut Street closure and whatnot, she had said, I didn't know there was a bridge on Chestnut Street. So just to put some perspective on what we're talking about for a structure, it's out to out, it's nearly 34 feet wide, consisting of two roughly 14 foot by 9 to 10 feet tall structures that convey the flow of the Ipswich River. Believe it or not, that existing opening is undersized for what the banks and width of the Ipswich River truly wants to be. As part of our initial due diligence with our consultant team, we wanted to identify what's known as the bankful width for the Ipswich River, and it's actually has been determined to be 40 feet. So what that means is the natural characteristics of the river flow under ordinary flow conditions is such that it wants to be 40 feet. So Andrew and I were actually out there today just to take a look at the significant rain events that were out there over the weekend to kind of see what kind of water levels were there, and the waterhead is raised about 2 feet just from the rain events from this weekend. And what that amounts to is what we went back with our engineers at the office, and what that amounts to over a 24-year period, or 24-hour period, excuse me, is essentially a 1-year storm. So it's expected to, those rain events are expected to occur, and even in that situation, the elevations of the river are about 1.5 to 2 feet. So speaking from an existing condition standpoint, we're talking about a structure that is technically undersized, as the classification for the roadway is an urban collector. And we are required to satisfy certain design flood flows for replacement structures. And as I mentioned, the rain events from this weekend were kind of represented the 1-year storm. We are required by design to design and make sure that we can adequately convey a 10-year storm. The 10-year storm, based on this bridge geometry, essentially totally fills the culvert and is incapable of conveying the flow. So one of the reasons why the alternatives have been to increase the span for the existing crossing. We are so just, and this is just to kind of speak to some of the stuff that we've done. The town, prior to the bridge being recommended to be closed by the Department of Transportation, the town was already looking into developing an action plan and a design to replace Chestnut Street. So we were under contract last year, and at the end of last year, we prepared through our due diligence what's known as a bridge type selection worksheet. And we looked at a few alternatives to come up with the recommended structure type. That was taken into consideration several things like the bank full width, the hydraulic performance, looking at the topography of the area, the geotechnical, the soil characteristics there to come up with what the recommended structure type would be. For reasons that I've already mentioned, and some may say, well, what about replacing pine? Or what about a box culvert? We're talking about a structure that needs to be in excess of 40 feet, so we run into issues from a constructability standpoint of shipping box culverts, or even manufacturing box culverts of those sizes, even if you were to create them in multiple cells. So the alternatives that we looked at, we're looking at a single span bridge. And there are regulations associated with accommodating stream flow and also ecological benefits to having, if we talk about 40 feet being the bank full width, regulations requires that the span be 20% greater than that. So we kind of refer to that as 1.2 times bank full width. So in this case, our proposed recommended span is 48 feet. So if you think about it, today it's roughly 34 feet. The river really wants to be 40 feet. We're going to make it 48 feet. And the reason why we do that is because it creates some banks above the ordinary water flow underneath the bridge that allows for wildlife passage beneath the bridge, beneath Chestnut Street, as opposed to trying to cross the street and subject to vehicle impact and mortality, wildlife mortality, that sort of thing. So we've come to that conclusion with a recommended structure type. Obviously, the select board's well aware of the conditions that we're faced with as of May, where the DOT made the recommendation to close the bridge. And so we're moving forward now with this recommended structure type. So I just wanted to show a couple of visuals, because I want people to recognize that it is a complex project per se, but we're fortunate our firm is currently undergoing a project with the town of Westford. And I hate to say it, but it's essentially the identical situation that's happening in Northwood here. Beaverbrook Road over Beaverbrook and Westford was closed by the department. It's the exact same structure. Our recommended structure type is that DOT accepted and approved is something that was constructed. So we have some visuals and photographs to kind of show what goes into the process to replace the bridge and the time associated with all of that. So obviously, as I just mentioned, we are understanding that anytime there's a road closure, one of the greatest impacts is time, right? And the question is, how long is that going to be closed for? What needs to happen? How can we speed this up? And what can we do to design and construct this bridge as efficiently as possible? And looking at various alternatives, as I mentioned, the Ipswich River is 40 feet wide, and we need to maintain that flow during construction. We have to put that water somewhere while we build this bridge. So there's significant control of water techniques that need to divert the flow that allows us to construct the new bridge in the dry. We have to contend with a few utilities. There's significant overhead utilities on Chestnut Street, and then there's a buried gas and water main. Those need to be temporarily relocated. It requires some coordination with members of the private utility companies and the town's water department to make sure that we effectively come up with a scenario or a strategy to make sure that that's out of the way in order for us to replace the structure. As I mentioned, I hit on a couple of the regulatory requirements as well and resource area impacts. There are going to be several environmental permits. And that's really the driving factor with the time associated with the design and how quickly we can get this thing replaced. We are adjacent to conservation land, Town of Newton Authority conservation land that's subject to Article 97. And any change in use of Article 97 land requires a bill to be filed at the State House and a law to be passed to allow for that change in use. I know the town has worked with it, and as of the beginning of this year, there's new legislation that supports going into a more detailed alternatives analysis and process associated with that work. So It is making what was once a long process potentially longer, and it's relatively new, where there's certain intricacies within the process. They have a portal that you're supposed to file the project in, and it's not up and running yet, so there's issues on the state side of getting that stuff pulled together. So there's some work that needs to be done on that, and that adds time to the project. So long story longer, what I'm trying to convey is that, we have, to put our best foot forward, our recommendation is let's be compliant. Let's make sure that we're providing a design that satisfies all the policies, the regulations. Otherwise, we're before the town's conservation commission looking for, having to justify why things are shorter than they need to be or smaller than they need to be. And that's really what we're trying to drive, because that could add time, right? It could add time to the overall project, and we're trying to say if we can come up with a design and a strategy that would get us through that process quickly, we are fairly confident with the construction schedule, because we're currently undergoing one in Westford right now, to kind of get a better handle on when these things can be completed. This is just a section of what we're talking about. If we were to cut a section right through the center line of the road, those two holes represent the structure that's out there today. And the 40 feet is what we want, what the Ipswich River wants to be, and obviously our span of being 48 feet. So that is just an idea of what this thing could look like. We have some photos of representative structures that we've replaced in the past for the department. Also on the next slide. Or this is just a cross section. So the structure type here is modular concrete. It's adjacent precast concrete, accelerated construction techniques. Obviously, the bridge is closed, the road's closed. We want to speed this up as quickly as we can. So any of our new construction will come in modular concrete pieces that are manageable with construction equipment that can set the bridge and erect the bridge in a timely fashion. We do have to relocate utilities, and that's what we're highlighting there in the cross section, that this structure type will have the need to relocate the utilities to the outboard of either side of the bridge. Here's a visual of what the proposed bridge will look like. This bridge was actually constructed in Norton about 5 years ago, 5 to 8 years ago now. But this is the structure type that we're proposing. This is a bridge that was constructed of all precast concrete and modular concrete techniques. This one was actually founded on piles, and so it took longer to construct, but wanted to give a visual of what this bridge will look like at Chestnut Street. As I mentioned, controlling the water is a significant operation. And this is drone footage of our current project that's out in Westford, Mass, where we had the red area is actually a bypass of the flow of the water of Beaver Brook. And different site conditions here is allowing us to completely bypass the flow around the work area. The next photo, not to show it just yet, but is a more manageable site condition that I think for Chestnut Street, but just to kind of portray the significance of what kind of work has to go into controlling the water and maintain the flow during construction. Similarly, we can use the existing barrels of the bridge to divert the flow in phases. So what you see is a 3-barrel culvert to the left. We wall off one side, divert flow into 2 of the barrels, reconstruct one side, and that's kind of what the graphic on the right is showing. And then we flip it essentially. So that's more of a desirable, I believe, when we get into final design, we'll investigate this further, but more of a desirable method to control the water and maintain the flow in Ipswich River. Just some more photos of that, and just to kind of show the significance of what goes into needing to do this type of work to replace the structure. As I mentioned, utilities will need to contend with utilities and clear them out of the way. So the photo on the left represents for the project in Norton, the relocation of gas and water off to the side on a temporary utility bridge, and that clears the utilities, to keep the utilities running during construction for various end users while they're able to replace the bridge. And then, as I mentioned before, utilities would get relocated out on the outbound side of the structure as shown in the photo on the right. So one of the things that's driving this is as I mentioned, regulation, is Mass DEP has street crossing standards, and a lot of the structure that we're talking about fully meets those standards, and there's 6 standards that was kind of listed up there on the screen right there. A lot of which, as you can see, if we were to go with concrete box culverts or steel pipes to match in kind and replace in kind, would show that we're not fully meeting those standards. So what does that mean? That means that we have more hurdles to jump through and get through, extend the time for design and permitting, and just elongates the overall construction of the project. Because, frankly speaking, any of those structure types will require the need to control the water, require the need to relocate the utilities. So all of those are constants, no matter which alternative is proposed. And lastly, just to kind of speak to the project in Westford, right now it's an active project. The contractor received their notice to proceed with their NTP October of last year. It's a very similar size structure. It's had similar conditions to relocate utilities, and they're on track to open this road before Labor Day. So an overall 10-month construction window. So as we may have discussed before, to design and permit this thing is probably going to take upwards of 18 months. And where does that come into play? We have to design something. We have to take that design and go get permits. The environmental permitting process is very long, unfortunately. We are a jurisdiction of DEP through Chapter 91, waterways for public waterways. That could take anywhere from 9 months to a year to secure those permits. The Article 97 process that we talked about for the public space is a similar time frame. So that's why we're strongly recommending that we don't, that we provide something that satisfies all the standards to the greatest extent, so that we don't have to do some additional explanations as to why we're suggesting something otherwise, something smaller, something that won't convey the design flood, etc. So I know there was a tremendous amount of information in a very short amount of time, but I wanted to at least shed some light on what we've been thinking about for the town since we've been involved with the projects on the last year. So if there's any other, happy to answer any or discuss anything related to the project.
Do the members have any questions, Mrs. Montgomery?
I have 6.
I'd be disappointed if you didn't.
How old is what's in existence there?
Bridge was constructed, I want to say, in 1957. So what's that? Let's put it in.
67.
67. Thank you. So
67.
so 50, 70 years, 70-something years.
So in terms of trying to comply, they're basically standards that DEP has, but if we were to just replace what's in existence there, is there a requirement to seek waivers of those standards, or are those just recommended standards?
Great question. So the DEP, the Wetlands Protection Act, requires a process that you call it a maximum extent practical analysis that you have to go through and demonstrate why you can't satisfy all the standards. And some of those things are impacts to adjacent properties, or that you have downstream flooding as a result of opening the span, or you can't fully meet the height or the openness of the proposed structure. In all instances, I think we can fully accommodate. And so that's why we might be scrutinized as to, well, why can't you? And cost is one of them as well. You would have to demonstrate why you can't fund, or why the town wouldn't be able to fund the replacement structure. Is another alternative.
Next question. So when it was originally constructed, though these are relatively more recent standards that apply?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes, yeah.
So this culvert, because I've never studied it or looked at it or gone the whole length of it, but are those steel casings throughout the whole? So what happens when you remove some for this bridge? Where's the rest of it going to go? Doesn't that have to be replaced as well?
So can you go back to the motion first? So what we're envisioning to do, in order to maintain the flow in the Ipswich River, we're essentially going to, we would wall off the brook and with a cofferdam or sandbags, redirect flow into this barrel here, and only this barrel. And then we would rip this out and excavate this out. Our new abutment, or the structural element that would support the new bridge would go somewhere back in here. And once we construct that all, we would take this cofferdam element and now we would wall it off here, redirect the flow into our new space, and repeat the construction on this side. And once we do that, then all the flow would go into the new channel, and then we would do everything on the top. Set the beams, pour the deck, pave it, open the door.
That makes sense, so it has to be done in
Stages. Yes.
And then
You can leave it open. I think people think they can't come in.
my last question is, in terms of the Article 97 land, it looks like from what you're proposing that or people that come there, they can actually enjoy, they might even be able to canoe or boat through it. Would the proposal, by making it, I guess, more usable passive recreation, satisfy those requirements? In other words, we're not taking away, or are you taking away along the embankments?
The latter, yes. So the Article 97 jurisdiction is essentially right at the bank, at the top of the roadway, or that property, or that jurisdiction is right there. So our new construction would have some retaining walls to hold the road grade up through here. So that will permanently impact that space.
Okay.
There is a waiver process that the new regulations entertain for disturbance of less than 2,500 square feet of permanent impact. And what that is geared towards is specifically for transportation projects like Chestnut Street. And what we're hoping to accomplish there is that if you disturb public land, you have to find replacement land somewhere else. That, if I understand it correctly, that the waiver would be so that you would still have to go through the process, but you wouldn't have to find the replication land elsewhere.
Okay.
And I need to confirm that because there's this waiver process for 2,500 square feet is something new to us, so we're trying to understand them. And I know that the town council is trying to discern those.
Thank you.
That was 6?
Well, he kind of answered 2 in 1, so so it was fun. But thank
Mr.
you, Madam
Studo,
Chair.
anything? Mr. Wallner?
Yeah, can you go to the slide where you show the 3 different bridge design types? I think it was the next one or something. I guess I'll just ask I don't know where it is, but anyways, the question is if it wasn't about the speed of permitting, of the 3 different design types, concrete, steel, and this current bridge, what's the lifespan and what is the cost differential between the 2?
Great question.
If it wasn't a permit issue.
Yeah, so great question. So when we go through these types of evaluations, those all are considered. So two of the structures are concrete. The box culvert is concrete.
Okay.
Our proposed bridge is concrete. Those generally are, and a lot of what we do are based on recommendations by the Department of Transportation for a given span arrangement. So if we start to get into much longer spans, we have different structure types, like bridges, et cetera. So this precast butted deck system is perfect for the span arrangement that we're proposing. Costs per square foot are, we looked at, so the project in Westford is roughly the same size. And if we projected that thinking this might get started in 2025, when the permitting is done, it's roughly a $3 to $3.5 million project. Westford is about roughly the same. A box culvert of that size, frankly, we've never designed one that size, but for frame of reference, a box culvert that we've done, that's only a 12-foot span, is just south of $1 million, projected in 2025. So, and why do I say that? You have the same concepts that I was mentioning before. You have to control water. There's costs associated with that, regardless of structure.
Yeah.
There's utilities that have to be relocated, and there's a cost associated with that. So
It's a fixed cost, no matter
yeah,
which.
exactly.
Right.
So it's not a true apples to apples comparison unfortunately. But what I will say is that in all instances, by design, they're supposed to, they're properly maintained should last 75 years. That's the requirement.
75 years, any of the versions.
Correct.
But the bridge one that you're recommending is the most expensive, is that what you're saying?
I can't weigh in on a comparable box culvert of the equal.
I thought you were
space.
starting to define it by square foot, I didn't know. if you could define it by square
We
foot.
do, we used to have a rule of thumb, a deck replacement was $200 a square foot, a superstructure was $400, and a complete replacement was $600. And I think we've all been, seeing what the industry is like these days with inflation and escalating prices, so I don't know how accurate those are. I don't know if, well, we can probably get that information for you as it relates to what Westford comes out to. Like cost per square foot.
Just to make a complete decision, it would be good to know.
Yeah.
But at least we know the lifespan is 75 any which way.
For square footage, you have like cost per square foot of the bridge itself, not like ancillary impacts, additional paving that was associated with that project. It was about $650 a square foot for the Westford Bridge. But again, to George's point, it's not necessarily apples to apples with all the, depth, the excavation, stream bed impacts. And, there's other, it's not a permanent.
Well, I guess I personally, to make it simple, I'd be looking for an all-in. If you did this way, what's it all in? However you measure that, all in, if there's 3 different ways, what's it all in? But lifespan is not the issue, it's a common denominator. Okay, thanks. I would like to know that, just personally. But I understand the permitting is a whole nother animal.
Mr. O'Leary?
Thank you, that's it.
Oh, you're all set, Mr. O'Leary?
Yes.
Mr. O'Leary?
Just to follow up on the cost aspect of it, again, if it's gonna cost us more time, 30 months is already a significant inconvenience to the community, which people are chatting about already. At some point, they'll get used to it, I guess, and then the road will open and then we'll be a little bit more happy. But if it's gonna be $1 million difference, and I know we haven't checked all the boxes here, but if you can justify concrete culverts as opposed to a full span bridge and save some significant dollars, I think we need to know that. But so just as a follow-up to the question. As far as the proposed grade for the bridge, is it going to be similar to what the road is now, or are you talking about
The proposal right now, because part of the design standards that I was mentioning at the beginning of the discussion was needing to convey a 10-year design storm, and by doing that, we also have to make sure that we provide 2 feet of what's referred to as freeboard, or airspace below the bridge, under those flow conditions.
Recording in progress.
So what that means is, in order to do that with that structure type, we would be elevating the roadway by about 9 inches, I would say, and then we'd be transitioning back down. So that's something that we are incorporating.
so approximately 9 inches higher,
Yeah.
that 40-foot span, so the tapering it out is going to go right down to the intersection. Park Street. All right, and then the other thing is, we're going to be opening up the flow. What impact is that going to have downstream on other people in this community and other communities down beyond? Now, we have a significant number of properties in North Reading that already flood. And if you're going to be easing the flow, or accelerating the flow, what does that do downstream? Do we look at that?
Yes, so as part of our hydraulic analysis, we looked at existing conditions and existing flow conditions, and under those design storm scenarios, what is the elevation upstream and downstream? And comparably speaking, we looked at it with our increased span. Elevation downstream is lower as a result of that. The flow, remember that we are, it's a pinch point, and so water is upstream and downstream. It's harder to get through, so once we open it, it flows a little easier. So that the velocities will increase, but the elevation, because we've made it so that instead of it being 34 feet upstream, it'll go 40 feet.
And then just look at just downstream a little bit, into the park.
Yes.
Times it's up through the gazebo. Not to mention people in progress. So I guess I'm having a difficult understanding where if we're pitching it now and holding it back, almost like a dam.
Yep.
It's being forced through at a higher rate, but if you're gonna open it up, I don't understand how that lowers.
We have a hydraulics engineer on the team. Yeah, and his report was provided in our, and I'm not an expert in it either, unfortunately, so, but I can provide you the
I think
information.
I think it's like the Suez Canal. It's going to be, once you have it more open, before the bridge, it will be lower. After the bridge, it'll be higher than it normally would be.
Which is,
So it's going to balance it out. Right?
no, so it's gonna be higher after the bridge.
After the bridge, but it's
Which
going to
means
be
if
lower,
Trevor Park is
but
gonna
lower
get, the
before the
gazebo
bridge.
is gonna be more underwater, and the people who are downstream that we see as they're driving down Route 62 who are flooded at different times during the year, it's gonna have more significant impact.
You're saying no.
Yeah, and I'm going off of what the information was presented in our hydraulics report, so I can certainly circle back with our hydraulics
Yeah, so I
engineer.
think we need to be concerned with that, and at least my concerns need to be allayed, because that could be one reason to check off the X here, check the box, whereby the impact downstream,
You're absolutely right.
Yeah.
we need to restrict the flow rather than, in order to make sure that there isn't an adverse impact on property.
Yep. When we have to do this analysis, there's 12 factors, and one of them is downstream flooding. So that's one of the things that we have to speak to in terms of, the reason why we're not fully meeting stream crossing standards is because it will result in downstream flooding. So that's the reason why we want to restrict it. We're going off of what our hydraulics report has offered to us that suggests
And I
that.
think it's incumbent upon us to understand
Oh,
this
yeah.
and to be assured that, not just at the park, because it's public land, but that we have residential property owners here that are already impacted by the river at different times of year, and significantly. And if this is going to adversely impact the board, then we need to assist.
Recording in progress.
I agree 100%. I do. I'm just, like I said, I'm going off of,
So again,
yeah.
so if the concrete culverts are a little bit less expensive than the system meeting those needs, we need to know. Yeah. I can be a little more patient if we're going to be a little more careful, cognizant as to what impact it's going to have on residential properties.
Anything else, Mr. O'Leary?
I think so.
Okay. Done. Okay. So that was, oh, I'm sorry, Mrs. Minipelli, yes?
Can we just make sure we're right on this time frame too? Because it said up there, road opening August 2023.
No,
No, that was another
Westford.
That was Westford after the permit.
Yeah, that's not gonna happen.
That's confusing.
After the permit.
I thought you were gonna be
Yeah,
done with this in 2 weeks.
Let's not confuse anybody.
That's all the permits were indicated.
I know I spoke fast. so I
Recording in
apologize.
Yeah, 10 months after the permits were in hand.
Yes,
Yeah.
okay, so,
It's
so
going to take you a year to 18 months to get your permits.
that's
to
what,
get the
okay,
permits.
that's what I was wondering. So your expectation is we're gonna have to keep that road closed for 3 more years? What were
Could be
you
upwards
saying?
of, so if we're talking 12 to 18 months, or more than likely 18 months to design a permit. So that puts us to the end of 2024. We're advertising and bidding spring of 2025. You know, if this requires also, you know, all the utility coordination to happen, all the modular concrete, the fabrication of all of that. So it could extend into 2025 and maybe finish up in 2026.
Okay. 36 months.
Yeah.
Recording in progress.
Anybody else?
Thanks, Madam Chair.
You're welcome. All right, so that was one of my concerns. Mr. O'Leary's concern was also one of my concerns about the residents that get that water. I think that is important. We need to make sure that we're really focusing on that. Now, oh yeah.
I just have a question. For the
You said
permitting,
you had no question.
yeah, I just thought of one that, I don't know if you can answer it, but is there a specific reason why the permitting process is so long? Is it just typical bureaucracy, or they're just backed up because there's that many projects? Like that, is there that
Environmental.
many projects?
We, if you go to the State Department, their agency websites and everything, they give you those timeframes, and our experience, they do take that long. I don't know the reason behind it.
Okay.
but they didn't take that long. I know that this new Article 97 process, which we were talking with the members from DOT today, getting some updates on environmental permitting aspects of multiple projects, and they were saying that they were running into delays with the whole new process for Article 97 as well, because they were supposed to have a portal where you're filing the project electronically to start the review process, everything, and that isn't available yet. So these submissions are stacking up paper form. So unfortunately, I don't have it.
And then just a follow up, if there was something that was like in a more pressing or an emergency, it's not, you know, as much as some people in the North Reading ask why 95 in Philly got done so quick and compared to Chestnut Street, interesting comparison. Is there a process for that? Like if this was something that was like an emergency for that, it's my own thing.
Recording in
Just
progress.
knowing, is there something for that? Like if it was like a safety concern, like where like more than just it is now, like it was like a route that needs to be reopened as quickly as possible.
Yeah, the Wells Protection Act has documentation on the process for what is called an emergency situation. But I think by definition, I think they're all under the same. This isn't, unfortunately, what we're.
Well, I'm just thinking that there are parts of 62, not in North Reading so much, but in other towns where theoretically, if they ever had to be shut down because you have to like cross a bridge, I mean, you would be theoretically inundating a whole neighborhood with all that flow. So I just want to make sure that if, I can't think of any bridge on 62 through North Reading. I think there's one in Wilmington.
Recording in progress.
But I would just, that's my concern, because like you say 18 months, and if there's no leeway, it's like, well, what if this was something where all of a sudden you had to divert, miles of traffic through a residential neighborhood because, for 18 months, somebody,
Depends if it's a state highway or not. 62 is a state highway.
fair. So, all right, but I just didn't know.
One moment, Mrs. Herbert. So you made it clear to us that I think none of us were really aware that that is a bridge. Because we were calling it a culvert and wondering why we had to put a bridge. So.
Well, it's two steel culverts in that, correct?
Yes, but by definition, because of the span.
Because of the span.
It is a
But
bridge.
it's two culverts. It's two big culverts.
Very large culverts.
Okay, so the plan you're planning on is that bridge that you showed us.
Yeah, that photo.
Something very similar to that, with the free flow and no culverts.
Correct.
Okay. All right.
Like the one on Central Street, just a little bit.
Yeah,
Yeah.
right. Yeah. Okay.
And we're doing something similar.
Recording in
For the Park
progress.
Street Bridge that we're designing.
Okay.
Only difference there, design and permitting is a little bit more streamlined because everything is above the water. We're only taking the top off, putting it with some structure. So,
All
The
right.
ends are already there. The Park Street, we're using those, correct?
yes, exactly. So we don't have to get in the water, we don't have to divert flow or anything like that. We just divert traffic and there we go.
Mrs. Herbert, you have a question?
Yes, I have a question, I also have an observation. The Philadelphia, or whatever thing it was a temporary fix and federal highway, which means game listers, we don't have that situation. I'm concerned about the Park Street Bridge, and if you change the flow and either retard it or accelerate it, if that's going to affect the Park Street Bridge project. I realize you just-
Recording in progress.
I understand that.
Yeah.
But still, you're going to be creating or increasing or decreasing the flow underneath that. So is that going to have an effect on the Park Street Bridge project?
Not to my knowledge that that's going to happen. You're talking about the water flow, not the
Right,
traffic.
right.
Yeah. Not to my knowledge, but then again, that's one of the questions that we can circle back with our hydraulics engineer.
And then one other thing was that I believe Ms. Menapelli had suggested that with a new bridge and no longer culverts, would there be an increased possibility for recreation? And my guess is that if you put in the concrete culverts, you will not have that option.
Right.
And so I don't know if any of that makes sense, but I just thought I'd mention it.
Thank you. So is everybody good with
When will we hear,
questions?
when will be the next update, I guess?
We have to do some more collaboration and discussion with the town. With some of the things that we're talking about, is work that we have, need to discuss with the town. Just, you know, we're currently working with the town to get a contract for final design of that structure type. We have to do additional studies to look at obstacle. It's some stuff that we just speak with the town. So I don't have it.
So you'll be able to answer
Yeah.
the questions that were asked when you come back. Okay, we appreciate this, and I appreciate the comparison.
Great.
Pictures that, you know, it's better to see it visually,
Yes.
so I appreciated that. Thank you.
If you had to listen to this long without seeing the visuals.
Yeah.
I appreciate everyone's time.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Mr.
Madam Chair,
Gilberto?
through you, just to make sure we have some clarity on what the board's asking for.
Yeah.
I took two items of significance. The first was cost estimate
Yeah.
for all three of the options that you saw. Then I heard a analysis of downstream effects
On the residents
for residents.
that are along the river, yeah.
There was some discussion, but those were the 2 points that I sort of took away from the Did I miss anything?
I think Mrs. Minipelli was questioning if we would be making it more accessible, if that could be used against other demands. Was that what you were saying?
Well, the
Which is gonna
article.
meet all this, gonna check all the boxes.
Yeah.
You know,
Yeah.
So if we're gonna do the other,
The only other variable I can think of is if we pick between the three designs, the permitting, if you could estimate how much extra permitting time might be required if we pick one versus another. We already know the bridge is the fastest, but
Which
like,
isn't very
would it
fast.
add on 3 months, would it add on 6 months? Estimate, just rough estimate, how much you think it might add on
Okay.
the permitting process
Okay.
on those, the other two options.
Mrs. Minipelli?
Yeah, and Madam Chair, in terms of the hydraulics analysis, which was already done and which Mr. Gilberto mentioned, not just one flow, but like Mrs. Hurlbut said, the other way, in the other direction as well, where the impact on the Park Street Bridge. I'm sure that had to have been analyzed for you to make a recommendation on what was needed. So that's kind of information I think that we would like to
towards it,
see too.
towards the, towards the.
Okay. Thank you.
Was that what you, Mr. O'Leary, that's what you were talking about, right?
Yeah,
In which
just explain that
direction?
the river usually flows towards the ocean. Yeah.
I bet that's called it, I swear, but the other way.
It's not sending water, but my.
Yeah,
Actually swam in
the
that.
river going the other way.
Actually swam in that.
We're not sending any water.
He lives on a pond, he doesn't know.
It's not going to pass my
It's
house.
not going in.
I'm on 62 and I'm
All right, thank you
feet
so
from the
much.
river.
Let's
not do that.
Thanks, Madam Chair.
Thank
I was
you.
thinking more downstream. I was thinking downstream.
So our next order of business is a public hearing for Eastgate LLC, Eastgate Liquors, 20C Main Street. Transfer of
You
package.
skipped the
No?
water
Did I
hearing.
skip something?
The water hearing?
Oh my God. Sorry. Sorry, Eastgate Liquors is gonna be a little bit more. Okay.
Madam Chair,
That's
through you.
good. Check it out. Yes, Mr. Gilberto.
So we were going to introduce him at the next meeting, but the IT director is back. Here, Matt Cooper, you all know Mr. Cooper.
Hi.
He is,
Wish it could have been under different circumstances, but,
But we're happy to have you here now. Mr. Gilberto especially.
yes, we are having a significant issue with either internet connectivity or Zoom. It does not appear that there's something going on internally,
It's the internet.
but there are two, is that what you're also?
Oh, you're
seeing
having an
right
issue?
here? Are you hearing that from outside this building as well?
No, I'm hearing it on my computer and phone.
Okay, so Mr. Cooper is trying to get us back online. We're actually offline right now, I think, from Zoom. So anyone trying to attend this hearing by Zoom.
So is that gonna be an open meeting violation? Do we need to delay it?
It's going to get hacked.
All of it is a concern, but a public hearing,
Right,
the two of which are next, are significant concerns.
significant concerns.
So I'm wondering, I don't know if we want to go to the more ministerial items later on in the agenda. I'm thinking the integrated contracts, a side letter to start, perhaps the minutes, and then come back, we'll resolve this issue, because I know
So.
I can't even communicate with the folks at the meeting
Right.
who are trying to say they can't.
So I do apologize, Eastgate Liquors and the water hearing. As you can see there's internet issues, and by law, we have to be broadcasting.
Because it was posted.
It's posted, so it has to be broadcasted, and people need to be able to come in. So we're gonna need to delay it a little bit. We'll take care of some other little issues, and hopefully we'll have it back up. We apologize.
Yes. If you want to try to leave, you should be good.
Oh, you think we're good?
In just a moment, yes.
Oh.
Just get it back up over there and we'll be up and running.
You want to do the minutes? All the way to number 15?
I delayed them.
Huh?
I tabled them.
Okay. So the whole 15 is off? Okay.
15's off.
13?
We did 13 side letter?
Yeah, what do you, Mr. Gilberto, what do you?
11, 12, and 13?
Yeah,
I was gonna say 11, 12, and 13.
okay, let's do it. Integrated Contract, Library Staff Association, Local 4928, vote to ratify and sign.
Madam Chair, I move to ratify and sign the integrated contract between
Recording
the
in
Town of North
progress.
Reading and North Reading Library Staff Association, Local 4928, from July 1, 2021 through June 30th, 2024.
Second.
I have a motion and I have a second by Mrs. Minipelli. Any discussion? Mr. O'Leary?
Excited.
Is this a, do I have to,
This is just a...
this is just a, all in favor?
Yeah.
Aye.
All in favor?
Oh, aye.
Aye. Okay. Madam Chair? Okay. Madam Chair, I move to ratify and sign the integrated contract between the Town of North Reading and North Reading Superior Officers from July 1, 2022 through June 30, 2025.
Second.
Okay, I have a motion and a second by Mr. O'Leary. All in favor?
Aye. Madam Chair, I move to ratify and sign the North Reading Fire Department side letter regarding initial equipment dated July 12th, 2023.
Second.
A motion, I have a second by Mr. O'Leary. All in favor?
Aye.
You want to... Oh, we're not doing meeting minutes, right?
No, those are tabled.
Madam Chair, just as a comment on the
Yes.
side letter, we appreciate the fact that the union brought matter to our attention, which is a national concern, not necessarily just even locally here, and worked very closely with the administration, the chief.
Recording in progress.
Agreement, and that's a good thing.
Things coming to record.
So
Absolutely. Agreed.
appreciate the effort to resolve the issue as best we can at this particular time without a final solution, and it's in everybody's best interest.
You want to wait another minute?
We're connected, we're just trying to unmute.
Madam Chair, do you want to do legal bills?
You should be
Yes.
unmuted. No, we should have sound and video.
Are we recording?
Now, and yes.
For a few minutes.
Is there a recording in progress?
Still or again?
Still.
You can do legal bills if you want.
Yeah. Let's do legal bills.
Okay. Madam Chair, I move to approve legal bills for June in the amount of $12,748.21 as follows. General of $10,936.21. Labor of $1,350. And 20 Elm Street of $462 for a total of $12,748.21.
Second.
Ooh,
Wow.
I have a motion and a second by Mr. Studo. Any discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
Was that it?
That's it, other than adjournment, but we're not there yet.
No, I mean of legal bills.
Mike, is your report long?
It's really long,
Yeah, it was long.
Madam Chair, through you to Mr. Cooper, do we believe we were?
Yep, I'm sure right now, just making sure that you only exist in one spot and everything should be relatively copacetic.
Two of me in the meeting, but there's no longer a select board in the meeting.
No, we will get in just a second.
Thank God you're here.
No.
Should be this one.
Recording in progress.
Should.
You have the audio access to there?
I do now, yes.
No. No, I just put this here.
Video is showing up there, but it's not showing elsewhere.
That's the only thing left we have. Old and new business.
Okay, now it's the second one.
So now we're all on there. And we got one girl and these.
My colleagues need to start printing your name underneath. Handwriting.
I think they're a parochial school.
No, public school, Reinhardt method. That's what I learned.
I didn't excel at penmanship.
I think we're all set now?
Well, we're live. The setup looks a little bit different, but we should all be connected and on. So if public matters need to be discussed, we can discuss.
Okay.
Well,
So,
you guys can.
for the record, I'm gonna speak loudly because I can hear complaints about the audio as
Sorry,
well.
would someone mind opening the door? I think people think we're in executive session, they're not coming in.
They're not.
Thank you.
Run into the network area.
We're good.
Madam Chair,
Yes.
through you to anybody who is
Keep it open.
watching or listening or attempting to watch or listen at home. So we've
No,
had
keep it
significant
open.
issues with his.
No,
all the way
open, please. Leave it open. Thank
Sir, if you
you.
could step forward, open the door all the way.
Thank
We
you.
don't mean to block Mr. Bergucci back there, but we do want the door to be open. Plenty of seats. Madam Chair, through
Yes.
you. So we've had significant issues with the Zoom.
Recording in progress.
We've had significant issues with the Zoom connection. And it looks like we are on broadcasting by audio and video. We can't be muted again.
We're off again? Oh, yeah, it's red.
Try again.
Oh, yeah, it's okay.
I see that
Yeah.
we're on the screen, but we're not highlighted that people can hear us, so hopefully people can hear us at home.
They was just home.
Mr. Greenberg, can you hear us? Oh, you can't possibly, that's good, just disconnect.
No, I think it's a sign, small.
Jason at NORCAM, I'm also getting complaints people can't hear on the live stream through NORCAM. Yeah.
Did you bring any of the alcohol with you?
Madam Chair, we'll do old and new business.
Okay.
Recording in
Do
progress.
public comment too.
No, because that we're trying to do that in public, whatever, man.
Right, because if somebody's on Zoom that wants
Old and
to.
new business.
All right, why don't we do our old and new business? Mr. O'Leary, do you have anything?
No.
Oh, the one night we want to try to kill some time. You don't have any. Mr. Wallner, do you have old and new business?
Looking forward to a discussion with CPC on accessory dwelling units in the near future.
Thank you. Mr. Studo?
No, the business I have to talk about is on the agenda, and we can't talk about it yet. So I have my new business is on the agenda.
Recording in progress.
So when the recording is once again in progress, we can talk about it.
So I'll need to come back to old and new business?
No, because it will be an agenda item.
Okay.
Same for me, Madam Chair. I'm glad to see numbers 9 and 10, because for 9, I'm glad to see that we're going to consider that. And for number 10, I'm glad to see we're making a proactive effort on that, so we don't lose any of that funding. So I'm glad to see those on the agenda.
Yes.
I don't have anything old or new to report, though.
Recording in progress.
This is when you could have been making your comment.
Oh, really?
Patience is a virtue.
Madam Chair, do you have any old and new business? Make some up.
I know, I'm trying to think. If I can.
But can we do the ARPA funds? Can we talk about that?
Well,
Well,
we need Michael here.
Should we do a recess?
I mean, Michael's busy, so I don't know if that's.
I think we can do.
Why don't we take a brief recess?
Thank you.
Yeah, bathroom break, ready?
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Okay.
All right, let's give this a shot. Cross your fingers and your toes.
We're on.
So,
Why don't we just talk really fast?
before it goes out again.
All right, Madam Chair, for you,
Yes.
could we just do a test?
Yeah.
That's spraying over there.
Mr. Greenberg, Mrs. Doherty, or for that matter, anybody could just give a thumbs up or a yes that they can hear and see us now. That would be appreciated. Anybody attending?
There, Nick. Nick said thumbs up.
Thank you, Nick, appreciate that. Awesome,
Great.
appreciate that, thank you.
Sounds like yours.
And folks, I have gotten some messages that there are issues with the audio for NORCAM. One person reported that they had to turn their volume up a bit higher than they have had to in the past. But Jason seems to think that we should be up and running there as well. So thank you for your patience. For those who were not able to hear, the select board concluded its discussion on the Chestnut Street culvert without taking any action. They await further information. Approved 3 collective bargaining related items with the lieutenants, library, and fire union, and voter contributions for the record. Anything else? We are now on to the water rate hearing. There's a hearing notice, I think, that we customarily would read.
Water rate and capital plan hearing in accordance with the requirements of sections 191-16 and 191-17 of the Code of North Reading. The North Reading Select Board and North Reading Water Commissioners will hold the annual water rate and water system capital plan hearings on Monday, July 17th, 2023 at 8. Or thereabouts, in room 14 of the North Reading Town Hall.
Madam Chair, through you, I'm joined by the Water Superintendent, Matt Prince, who we've introduced at meetings previously, and who succeeds Mr. Clark, a longtime Water Superintendent. As I mentioned earlier, the Director of Public Works is scheduled to be out of state, was unable to join us this evening. Would have been with us if the hearing had taken place when it was initially anticipated to take place in June. For the record, we did re-advertise as required in the bylaw twice for this hearing, so that's what delayed us here. We are talking about water rates for fiscal year 2024, and as is the custom, that is for water bills issued on or after July 1st, 2023, which does include water usage up through most of the month of July, the month of June, the month of May. Presentation up here. I'll turn it over to Mr. Prince.
Thank you, Mr. President.
$10 a flip of the switch.
Thank you all. So we just have a small presentation of kind of where we came from, where Mark had his direction of where we were going last year, kind of a continuation of that. So here's our reserve fund. Last year, the plan was to draw $532,000 from the reserve fund to offset debt services. With last year's billing cycles, we were able to bill for our total fiscal year budget, so we didn't actually need to draw anything from the stabilization fund. So last year was a very dry year, as you guys know. So we were able to bill a lot more with a little more water usage. Kind of the inverse, kind of the flip of that. This year we have a much rainier season. We're definitely down on the trend of that. There's a couple things. That's the hard to see, but that's the fiscal year budget for FY24. It's a 3% expenses increase. Debt services went down slightly this year. That's kind of why the total decrease or increase from fiscal year to fiscal year is looks to be about static because debt services went down this year, which I have on a future slide, slightly off of what it was last year. Right here is just, you have indirect costs. These are the costs that are kind of associated to other departments that do small services throughout the year for the water department. As I said, the debt services last year was the start of this trend of where we had services bonded out and borrowed out for that kind of hit the books in 2023, and that was where the plan started to pull out of the reserve fund to offset the rate increases that would be needed to meet those budgetary demands. So last year it spiked by more than double. This year it trended down a little bit, and will trend back up next year and the following year, and then before it starts to head in the downward trajectory. That is without new borrowing in there. So those numbers will change as new projects kind of hit the books in future years and everything. One of the things that I wanted to show with this year, kind of the preface, where we're going to go for our rate increase. We buy all our water from Andover. This is Andover's plan for the next 5 or 6 years. So the first column, FY24, that's what they put in place. It's a 9% increase. And then their plan over the next 5 years after that is to increase it by those numbers there, 8%, 6%, 6%, 5, and 5. That is, so that's their rate increases. We have under contract with the purchase of water that we have through Andover. The most that we can get increased in a year is 2.5%. So the most that we can go up is 2.5%. And when they go up 9%, 8%, 6%, those numbers will just continue to compound on top of us only going up 2.5% of what we pay them. So a portion of wanting the need of increasing the rates this year is to kind of catch up to where we're going to be by FY28 when, just some of you know that from the project or from the agreement that was happened, our 2.5% increase or a 2.5% max increase ends in FY28. So in the process of that, when FY28 happens, we go to 95% of their tier 1 rate. So currently we're at, I believe we're at 81% of their tier 1 rate right now from their increases that they've done since 2017, 2018. So with that being said, with that being said, the recommendation for this year is to increase rates by 6% in all 3 tiers. And then with projections out for a modest year for water consumption, which last year was a very high demand in water usage, this year is going to be a lot lower. The average that we use is an average of a high use year and a low use year to kind of try to meet that middle threshold. So 6% increase and to pull money out of the stabilization fund to offset having to go up any further on the rate. So that's where the recommendation is this year. And I kind of already jumped ahead to this, what I was saying, but the largest factor right now is in the next 6 years, Andover's going to go 45% over their rates. So by 2028, FY28, we can go to 95% of their tier 1 rate, which is projecting to be a 53% increase from where we are currently. So we kind of need to catch up to what that's going to be in FY28 so we don't get hit with a very large increase that year the year before. So we're trying to project that out to kind of even it out over the next couple of years to kind of ease into that as best as we can. This right here is kind of an estimate right now. So that middle column, right. So that second column, the FY24, that is what our projection is this year. So right there, that second column is showing a $240,000 in deficit. So that's where the money would be drawn from the stabilization fund to kind of meet that demand. That number is obviously going to fluctuate depending on if we sell more water or less water. So if it continues to be rainy throughout the rest of the summer, that number might increase. But either way, we're looking at, because last year was so dry and a lot of people use a lot of water, that number is probably going to at least be there. What it ends up being, we'll have a better idea by October town meeting to kind of say what that number is going to be. And just for reference, the estimate on there is in FY24, that's projecting 15% less water than we did in FY23. That's kind of where that number came from. So the rates here, that's what they're projecting to go up. So on tier 1, the 6% goes up about 60 cents. Then tier 2 and tier 3. Each one goes up 3% over what those numbers are. So as you're familiar with that, we have a tiered rate structure. So any water use up to 1,000 gallons is tier 1, and then that middle threshold, any usage in between that is tier 2, anything above that is tier 3. One thing I put together was a kind of cost estimate. So low end user, retired couple at home living as a couple together, your bill looks on a projection of using about 4 to 5,000 gallons per quarter. Your bill's going to go up about $12. A median threshold, so 4 people living in a home, no irrigation use, you're looking at about a $25 or $26 increase over this time last year. And then the first one is seasonal usage, so kind of people that only irrigate in the very hot weather, you're looking at about an $83, $84 increase over last year. And then high demand users, people that irrigate throughout the summer, multiple days a week, you're looking at a $224 increase with that 6%.
That's always based on Mr. Studo.
And then the last slide I have is kind of just a historical of what we've had for increases. I know before we went with Andover, I think there was a projection to go up significant increase to kind of get to the MWR rate. So us going up 6% here, we've tried to keep it low at some points, but then obviously seeing what Andover's doing with their rates, it kind of forced our hand to have to go up slightly so we don't get hit with a very large increase in the next 5 years. So that's kind of where that's at. I know I probably blazed through that, but
You did. Nicely done. Questions, Mr. O'Leary? Comments?
Question, comment? They're projecting 45% over the next 5-year increase,
yes.
and we're already capped at 2.5%, so we're behind the 8 ball.
Already, we're at 81%
We're
of
at
the
81% of 95%. Somewhat familiar with the deal that we negotiated. But in addition to that, we also get a $100,000 credit.
Yeah, which comes up to about $7,000 to $9,000 a month. So that goes away the following year in FY '29.
Okay, so I didn't see, so if we're talking about a 25% increase up there,
Yeah,
it's still gonna be 45% towards two.
yeah.
You're only projecting 6%, 6% a year for 5 years, only 30%. We're gonna be well behind the 8 when the sweetness of the deal for the first 10 years goes away.
Yeah.
2.5% cap, the $100,000 repayment that they owe us. It's all going to coincide within 1 year.
Within 1 year,
About
yes,
5
correct.
years from now. How does this put us in good stead?
One other large factor is that I put in the letter I think you guys got. The Massachusetts DEP DEP is planning on doing statewide water bans. So they will regulate a drought level, and then communities that are in those specific drought communities will have to comply to some sort of drought management. So reduce outdoor watering. So with purchasing less water, with demand of having to limit the demand of outdoor water usage, we would be inadvertently buying less water from Andover.
Buying less, but the rate that we're paying is going to be significantly higher anyway. It's still going to be 45% higher over 5 years,
Correct.
even though we're buying less.
Yeah.
Unfortunately, it goes up in tandem.
Yeah.
So if we're only proposing 30% over 5 years,
Yep.
as
So
opposed to 45%, and we're already 14% behind where we should be, and we're going to lose a $100,000 a year credit, that doesn't put us in good stead.
right. So it's one of those ones that's our projection right now. Nothing's set in stone. The projection or the request this year is to go up 6%, depending on how it looks over the next years. We didn't want to project out and say this is what our definitive plan is to go up and everything. We're kind of wanted to take it on a year-by-year basis or a year to 2 year basis. Kind of monitor and make sure we get to where we need to be.
In fact, Madam Chair, and I appreciate so much the fact that you're paying attention to what Andover's doing.
Yep.
Because it's critical. What is driving the cost? Because through all the negotiations we had a pretty good handle on the cost of doing business.
Yep.
And this wasn't projected. What's changed up there?
So from listening to their meetings and talking to the people up there, they have a 12-year water main replacement program that they had hopes of doing, and I think years ago they had some pushback of not wanting to do it. And I think they have a lot more people to buy into that, so they're actually progressing through that plan. So their increase here is to supplement and to pay for their future development plans. So I don't know when everything was talked over beforehand. I don't know if that plan was set in motion yet. So from listening to and talking to them, that's what their plan is going forward, is their main rehabilitation program that they're planning on funding over the next 5 to 10 years.
All right.
So yeah, they're working on increasing and upgrading their system where demands and their piping, they kind of, I don't want to say neglect, I don't know their specific circumstances, but they're working on replacing and upgrading and changing their mains a lot in their
They're
town.
accelerating it. Project.
Exactly.
Yes, they're accelerating it. It doesn't do neglect, but the good thing for them is that at one point, we were representative of anywhere from 25 to 33% of their revenue stream. So obviously, we're helping supplement the maintenance of their plant, but in addition to that, their entire water system. So it was a win-win situation for everybody. So it appears as though they're accelerating their capital plans.
Yep.
The good thing is that the town of North Reading is going to be paying less than their lowest rate.
Right.
So my concern again is that they're going up 45%.
Yes.
We need to match that plus some because of the revenues which are going to increase.
Yes.
$1,000 less.
Yep.
And again, for 2.5%. So how are we going to do that?
So just to clarify that.
Again, I'm not looking to raise our rates beyond 6%.
Yeah, no,
I think we need
just to
raise our
clarify that a little bit,
6%.
in speaking with Andover, their 6% for FY24 is official voted on, that's what their rate is for FY24. That is their projection going forward. If something changes, if they decide not to do certain things, or if they get a lot of pushback of going up too much on their rates, they're not set in stone of going up those rates. So it will be definitely a monitoring situation as we progress through this.
So instead of matching that, for my benefit, instead of matching that, why wouldn't we do a little bit above and beyond because we know that we're still falling behind because this 10-year window is evaporating along with $100,000. So why wouldn't we keep this to ensure that, again, we have a pretty good reserve for $3 million.
Right.
But that evaporates pretty quickly too.
Oh, definitely.
When we have to make up the difference, and then all of a sudden we'll be in tandem with it.
Yeah.
For me, I believe we need to stay a little bit ahead of it, not just match their 6%. That doesn't even pull us apart.
Yeah.
It still leaves us less behind.
Right. So as you can see on here, we projected this out to FY30. So with that, their rate increases ends in FY29. It was to try to keep it as even as possible to kind of give people and residents the like a better idea, not too much of a jump, and then kind of use the reserve fund to kind of take those higher hits as we continue to progress it with the rate increases. So from currently right now at FY30, I believe it's 42% increase over the next 6 years. So eventually, the plan is to get there without trying to do too many jumps and leaps. Trying to keep it as even as possible was the idea.
I understand.
Right.
But I don't necessarily agree.
Right. Yeah.
Mr. Gilberto?
So, in addition, certainly we heard the concern that was brought up during the last board meeting on this issue a year ago in the hearing. We're trying to project this out going through fiscal year 2028 when that significant jump occurs, and we knew it was coming. Some of us were involved in the negotiations. The other thing I will just say is that we also are using around $1.5 million of the reserves to stabilize those rate increases over that period of time, trying to leave a balance there of that $3 million for whatever other purpose we might need. Mr. Prince, you can correct me if I'm wrong, but you've got the fiscal year 2028 adjust for the 95% rate in there. You've also got the multiple years of increases that Andover is projecting in that cost
Yes.
for water as well.
Yep.
So again, they haven't They presented it as their plan, but they haven't committed to it. So we're trying to be aware of it, show something that we think generally reflects it. Certainly could have come in here and recommended, requested a larger rate increase, but given that piece of uncertainty, I think we were all comfortable with the 6% at this point in time. The board feels that we need to be more conservative with regard to that. Certainly, can do that moving forward, but it is an unknown in terms of how far down that path Andover is going to go with the capital investment moving forward. But we're certainly, I think, much further along getting aligned. We've had rate structure than we were 2 years ago or a year ago with regard to this night. I have a particular sensitivity with regard to the cost of going the NWRA. I'm constantly comparing that to this, and many of you, some of you know because you were in those meetings, but it was something like 10 consecutive years of 7% increases we were talking about if we were to take that. So we are still behind much of those costs in terms of this comparison. But there are increases that are coming. We saw a jump last year too.
This was a win-win situation for both communities. It was a terrific deal. Well worth it. Time after the heartburn that went into it, but it's win-win for both communities. I just want to make sure that we don't got you. And I understand you're looking at $1.8 million still in reserves at the end when we get to the transitional point. The only other question I have, I'm sure you can't answer, is what's the appetite of Andover when they talked about 45% increase over 5 years? I mean, they were worried about a 3% increase, trying to sell that to the community at the time.
Yeah, no, one thing they're leaning on is their relation to other communities and stuff like that, trying to sell it to their residents and stuff like that. So who knows what their residents and people in charge who are going to think of a 45% increase over the next 6 years. They might just nix it and say we have to figure something else out. So we wanted to try to keep it as conservative as possible for this year. Next year they put it into stone that definitively they're going up 45%. Next year's rate increase might be even higher than 6%. We don't know. We wanted to kind of just show a projection of what potentially could be and be a little bit more conservative this year.
And I'm sorry, I didn't get to look at all the details here, but as far as the projections in relation to our capital costs going forward, is what we're going to be needing to invest going forward, is that kind of factored in here or not?
Slightly. So the water budget, I believe we put a small buffer in there just to reflect on being able to pay for other projects or put money or be able to put money away if we need to or to pay for specific projects in here. All these numbers are very conservative of making sure that the demands are met of where we need to be with the water department.
Okay. Anybody else? Yes, Mr. Studo.
Just a comment that I appreciate the forward-looking nature of it. So there's no gotcha moment like trash. When we went up $35 for a year, and you would think we were evicting people from their homes. So I do appreciate that because I think that it does catch people off guard, and this would be a big increase to understand why we're doing this. Because sometimes, like before I got involved, you don't know why an increase happened. So I'm happy that at least we have this forward-looking projection. Hopefully the numbers look better than expected, but it's appreciated, and hopefully in all public utilities going forward, these are the kind of projections we get, not just with water. So just wanted to make that comment.
Thank you. Mrs. Minipelli.
Thanks, Madam Chair. I agree. I just want to say this was really crisp and clear, easy to understand, very direct about what we need for information to be able to have this public hearing. But I'm concerned, like Mr. O'Leary, is as you factor this in when we get to that end point when we're losing this real sweetheart rate that we've been given, that we haven't stored enough, and that enterprise fund doesn't just go towards buffering that increase that we know is going to happen when that 10-year period's up, but also for the cost of running our own, managing and running our own waterworks system. So I am concerned about that too. When you factor in by the end, we're going to have a massive increase to accommodate what's likely to be their increase because they've basically not necessarily lost out, but got such a reduced rate from us this whole time.
Right. So one other thing is the projections that we had. I believe we did our estimates off of a level funded state debt services fund. So instead of having that big dip in future years, I think it was FY25 it started to go down. We kept that flat to kind of show that we're going to continue to do work in town and kind of make sure we still hit the demands of what we need for the budgetary needs. But yeah, I understand what you're saying too of them going up if it's going to be 50% of only being at 42. Definitely will be in mind to keep up with that as we progress through the next couple of fiscal years. To not have that one large increase at the end.
Yeah, that would be my concern because just as their cost of providing it increases, generally speaking, our cost to manage and maintain go up every year as well. So that's a concern. Nobody wants to, do a huge rate increase.
Right.
Nobody wants that to be, in difficult time for people. But I don't know that this is enough to be able to sustain that down the line.
So are you making a recommendation for?
Are you looking at me?
Yes.
Well, they're making a
I
recommendation
mean, but
right
do you
now,
have
Chair.
a different recommendation? I mean,
No, I just want to make sure that everybody's very cognizant as to what's really happening here. And what I'm most surprised by is what Andover is projecting for their increases.
Yeah.
Anticipated increase over the next 5 years. I just don't see that the residents are going to tolerate that. So that means it'll probably be a long year. Keep in mind, we've been very conservative since we signed this deal, by raising rates in excess of basically what we're doing to build up this reserve. Right now, we're $3.1 million. That's through our efforts to make sure that we have enough in anticipation of when this agreement is going to end. We did not anticipate a 45% rate increase in the last 5 years of the deal. So that's what raised some alarms in my mind. I'm okay with the recommendation for what they're making this year, just that we're all cognizant of, we have to pay attention to what they're doing out there for sure, and be able to make the adjustment so that we're not left with $0 in the stabilization fund and really get caught. So, really, I applaud your efforts. I applaud you jumping into this thing, and it's some big shoes.
Yeah, I was just
doing a
there.
wonderful job
Yeah.
filling Mark's shoes, and again, the presentation was fantastic. And again, the time that you spent to get yourself up to speed with what the situation is critical, and done a magnificent job. So you'll be applauded for that. So I just wanted to make sure that colleagues are aware, the public is aware that this is what we're facing. Our rate increases are directly in correlation with what Andover does to their residents. They cannot treat us any differently, and we're going to be treated better than their lowest rate paying resident. So we've negotiated a terrific deal with them, but we are 25% of their revenue, probably maybe a little bit more, and we have subsidized it. Things that are, that's okay. So it's we still have a great deal. So if they go up on their residents that much, we're just bearing the burden a lot of them. So they're not putting it all on us. Whereas before, there were usury rates that we were paying well above what we should have been, and that all got corrected. So we just want the public to know that we built up our reserves in anticipation of this. What they've been proposing is in excess of what they ever dreamed of doing. So we just need to be
Definitely. No, there could be communication with them to make sure we're ahead of the game going forward.
fantastic.
everybody else set? Thank you so much. Very well spoken, very well done. We appreciate you stepping into those shoes.
Something
And
changes, don't be shy, come back during the course of the year and let us know.
and also, Mr. Ragucci, thank you.
Madam Chair, it's a public meeting, so you have to ask anybody.
Oh, I'm sorry,
that's in
I'm
attendance
sorry.
if they have questions.
Do we have
or
any
comments.
questions from anyone on Zoom, Mr. Gilberto? Anybody raising their hands? If you have a question or a comment, please raise your hand on Zoom so we know. Okay, all right, thank
In
you.
the room, too.
Any comment?
But Vinnie, you want to?
Yeah,
He's the
do you
chairman of
have-
the Water Commission.
Yeah.
And he sent us a letter.
Yes, he did.
Curly
And just so you
asked
know,
if
yes,
volunteers,
Mr.
they won't be
O'Leary
so lonely.
did, yes.
Appreciate that, because that's really something that would help out, is to have others in the community. I happen to also serve on the State Water Resource Commission, so knowing about things that are coming, like PFAS and how that's affecting different water bodies is important. And as Matt already alluded, I think the DEP and some of the other commissions are going to be looking closely at the drought-related issues. So the good and the bad of that
Not this
are not being able to use more water, outdoor watering, but the volumes will go down. So we'll be buying less water. So, but I also want to commend Matt for stepping into some pretty big shoes.
Yeah.
The continuity that we had for years, and it's like he didn't skip a beat. So.
That's great to hear. Yeah.
And we appreciate your willingness to continue to serve, because we're a valuable resource. And
Sure.
appreciate it very much.
Yeah, so once again, looking for volunteers to join this committee.
Especially even young engineering students, we love to mentor, and I'm sure Matt would spend some time with them, and they learn at the same time, help us out with some of the new things that they're probably learning in school.
Great.
Get that Eagle Scout back here.
Yeah.
Join
We got
us
another
on our-
merit
on our
There's a
challenge.
project.
Yeah.
We got another merit badge
See
for
if we
you.
can enlist her.
All right. Thank you so much.
Thank you all.
Good. Close the public
So we
hearing.
have to vote. Yeah.
Yeah, we're going to close that public hearing. We have a motion?
Okay.
Two
Madam Chair-
motions?
Madam Chair, I move to approve a 6% increase in water use rates for bills issued after July 1st, 2023, and as indicated in the attached document.
I'll second. Nobody jumped for that one.
You can have that one. So I have a motion, I have a second from Mr. O'Leary. All in favor? Aye.
And Madam Chair, I move to approve the fiscal year 2024 water capital improvement plan.
Second.
Okay, I have a motion, I have a second from Mr. Studo. All in favor?
Aye.
Thank you. Thank you. So we can move on to Eastgate, if you want to come up. Thank you for your patience. We apologize for our technical issues.
Good evening, Madam Chair, members of the board. My name is Elizabeth Zano from Austin.
Do I need to do the public notice?
Read your notice.
I'm sorry, just let me read that first.
Yeah.
I apologize. Notice of public hearing in accordance with Chapter 138 of the Massachusetts General Laws. A hybrid public hearing will be held by the Select Board on Monday, July 17th, 2023, in Room 14, Town Hall, 235 North Street, North Reading, Massachusetts, and via Zoom virtual technology at 8:15 p.m., which is now 8:55 p.m., on the application of Eastgate's Will-North Reading LLC, DBA, Eastgate Liquors for the transfer of the retail packaged goods store, all alcohol beverages, and pledge of license. This license is proposed to be exercised at 20C Main Street, North Reading, Massachusetts, in a one-story building totaling 12,630 square feet, consisting of a cold chest, retail space, redemption area, and backroom storage. The hearing may be accessed virtually by the internet, Zoom, telephone. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you. My name is Elizabeth Zano from Upton, Cornell, and Devlin. I'm representing the buyers of Eastgate Liquors. The applicant is Eastgate's Will and Nora LLC, and as we summarize, this is a transfer of a liquor license and a pledge of license, stock, and inventory. All of the buyers are not planning on doing any construction, so the premises will remain the exact same as it is right now. And they plan on keeping majority of the employees that are already there. One of the majority owners is here with us tonight, guy, Mukesh Patel. He is a business owner and has a few other liquor licenses. He's been in the business for 20 plus years and has never had any violations, suspensions, or disciplinary actions. His other business partner, Kalpesh, has like around 6 licenses. It's in the application, but he has several licenses, and also he does not have any suspensions or vacations. It is a clean record. So these new owners are well equipped to come to North Reading and take over this liquor store. They bring their experience and their knowledge to the town, and they're very excited to be a part of this community. With me tonight is also the proposed manager of record, Parth Patel. He's first of all a U.S. citizen and a Massachusetts resident, and is familiar with the rules and regulations relating to the sale of alcohol. He has grown up in this sort of family business. His father is a business owner, and he also has several liquor stores. So he has grown up in the environment, and he understands and fully acknowledges the importance of vigilant alcohol sales policies. It takes it very, very seriously. He's tip certified, and I did forward a copy of this tip certificate to one of the clerks tonight, so you should have that. And I can send it along to whoever needs it tomorrow.
Do we have that in the
so.
packet, Mr. Gilberto?
I haven't seen it. Sorry, that was today.
It was emailed tonight.
Tonight, okay.
Yeah, the tip certificate. It was tonight, so. I'm sorry, I don't have a printout with me, but I bet you it'll be in your inbox when you go and look for it.
If you could have it, have a conversation.
Yes. And any new employees who do join the store, they will be trained and be tip certified. And yeah, so they're working on all of the other permits that come along with the transfer. I know they have to get new inspections and new building permits, and those are in the works. As you guys know, this will be a 2 to 3 month process with the ABCC. So in the meantime, we are working on that. So closing hasn't happened yet to go through this process. Let it sit at the ABCC for however long it will take. But we'll be continuing to work on obtaining all those additional permits and getting those other applications submitted in the meantime. I'm happy to answer any questions that you may have.
Thank you, Mr. Gilberto.
Just to clarify, I can see I wear many hats during these meetings.
Yes.
This manager of record is Parth Patel, who is seated to your right. And we had a question about his tip certification. He openly acknowledged he was not tip certified, and he is now tip certified.
Yes.
Okay. So that was a question that came up very late on Friday.
Okay.
We notified the applicant to make them aware that that could become a question. And
Yes,
in full recognition, they appear to have made full faith effort to get tip certified. They are advised of the board's policy requiring any employee to be tip certified.
Yes. Yes, we did review your rules and regulations to make sure we're compliant with everything. So yes.
So not just for the board and for the applicant, we didn't just hold that information till Friday night. We had an absence in the office for multiple weeks that did not get to review that until Friday. So thank you for complying. Appreciate
Well,
it.
thank you for informing us. So I'm glad we could work
Did any
together.
of you
to
want
get
to
that done.
Okay, we have it in hand. Thank you.
Yeah. Tired?
No, I have questions.
Mrs. Manichelli, you have questions?
So Parth Patel is the proposed manager. And I noticed you mentioning in your presentation and in the application that there are multiple other licenses held by the applicant. But I don't notice what your employment in this industry is, and if I'd like to hear from you directly what your employment experience is, how long, where, and what types of work you've done with sales of liquor.
Well, I've been I've been around it my whole life with both my dad and all my uncles owning liquor stores. I've grown up with that. I just recently graduated college and I decided this is the field that I want to go into. And one thing that I did enjoy growing up was just kind of seeing all the different people in every community. Here is no different. Kind of looking forward to just being a part of the community.
So where do you live? Do you live in North Reading?
No, I live in Sharon, Massachusetts.
But your prior employment was not in any of those stores previously, right? You didn't actually work in any of those stores that your uncles or your family owned? Or did you?
He wasn't necessarily an employee, but just having his father, going to work with his fathers, being in the environment, going to the stores with him, he has just been around it. He wasn't necessarily an employee on payroll, but just the guidance of his father and having him as a mentor, essentially, business-related things. That's where he got the, interest in wanting to be a part of this business. And recently graduating from college, this is a perfect opportunity for him to grow into a role like this and be a part of this. So that's why he decided to take the TIP certifications. And even though it was this weekend, he was planning on it before the closing did happen. But yeah, this seemed like an opportunity for him to be involved and do something that he wanted to do.
No, I can understand that, but it's an incredibly important role to be a manager of a liquor store, especially that location. It's a busy store, so I'm not hearing any type of, mentorship directly at this location or any setup for that with someone who has zero employment experience. It's one thing to, I understand growing up around your parents' business, but it's a totally different story to be a manager of a business. And I'm not saying you're not capable of that, sir. I'm just saying I'm not hearing a plan of the how-to. How are you going to know what to do and how many hours are you going to be serving there and who else is going to be working there with you, because it's a big deal to just jump right in starting off as a manager. Again, not to say that you're not capable, but there's a lot to know about that, and this is, even more, this is a heightened responsibility because it's alcohol sales.
So Rupesh is also with us tonight. He will be involved in all the day-to-day operations as well as the other two owners. So there are plenty of hands and people that he can call or who will also be at the store and be readily available to guide him and help him and be in control of the operations at the store. Although Park will be the manager of record and oversee all of the employees, there are also 3 owners in this new business. So he has, and between the three other owners, they have 20 plus years of experience, and they will have hands-on responsibilities at that store and will be present at that store.
How many hours though? Because they also are managing all of, it looks like another, is it 9?
They have managers
9?
of records at the other stores.
Okay.
So
how many hours will each of them be focused on?
As business owners, it's kind of hard to say they're going to be, this one will be there X amount of hours a week, or this one will be there another X amount of hours. But they are all involved in all of their stores and oversee all of their employees at their stores. So I'm pretty sure, they've successfully run several other stores throughout Massachusetts without having any issues. So I think they have a good understanding and control of their employees in the sales and being involved in each location. And I don't think this store will be any different.
Okay. And the one other thing I'll note is that the DOA letter is outdated for this. So it's only good for 30 days. It looks like it was obtained in March.
The ABCC usually will accept it for 90 days, but we can certainly request a new certificate for you.
Thank Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you.
Mr. Studo.
Can you just give me a brief summary of any enforcement issues in any of the other stores over the years, if any? Violations?
To my knowledge, I don't believe that there were any other violations.
No, but no, I just want to hear it from because you reference the experience of everyone, so now this kind of opens up the box to everyone. So that's why I'm curious, over the years, if there have been any serious issues in any of the stores.
No, they haven't had any suspensions or violations. In 20 plus years that they've been in business, and that's good.
Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Wallner?
Yeah, I'll just let you know that we, when we've had other stores that have, sold to underage, we have precedent, you'll lose your license for a period of time, and it escalates from there. So I just want to be very clear, it's not even really a choice. We have a precedent that we support, and it will happen, and you will be tested. We are active here, so I would encourage you, especially since you're new, to get a hold of the police department and talk to them about how they check, what their expectations are. It could be different than maybe what you've experienced in other communities, but we're very serious about not only the safety, but you will lose your license to sell for a period of time. And if it happens again, just escalate. So
thank you.
Yeah, just want you to be aware of that.
We understand. We do take it very seriously. They take it very seriously. I know the owners at all of your other stores take it very, very seriously. It's their reputation, and it's their business, and it's their life. So they take this very seriously. It's not something that is taken lightly. Every legal agent is certified at that store, especially. And everything they can do to enhance the safety of the sale of alcohol and avoid sales to minors will definitely be taken.
Yeah. And I would like to think, if you were my son, 22, 23 years old, I'd be giving you 2-3 years of really close attending. There wouldn't be a day going by where we weren't talking about something. It's a lot to not only run the store, but also manage the employees as well. And that's a whole nother skill set that's really significant. And if that falls apart, you have a whole nother different problem. So, I'd like to think that the older people who are a part of this are going out of their way to make sure that it's a smooth experience for you as well. Father speaking.
All set, Mr. Wallner?
All set, thank you.
Mr. O'Leary?
How many hours do you think you're going to be working a week to start? 40. 40?
At the store, 40. I'm sure there'll be a lot of off hours that'll be working.
And just to follow up on Mr. Wallner's comments, you might want to consult with Mr. Lucci too, because he's run a very successful business there for a number of years. He's done a fantastic job in a very member of the community, but also been very much in touch with the local police department to ensure that we're well aware of how we operate locally. Board does take it seriously. I wish you nothing but success. I thank Mr. Lucci for his successful business over there for a number of years, and congratulations on turning it over to somebody else. I'm sure you were wise that he chose.
Great working with the town. I still work with the town. I see one of the problems we were talking today, your water smart system is fantastic. I get text if someone has a leaky toilet. It's wonderful. It saves water, it saves the leaching fields, and you can just fix it right away. That's not the case in other towns that we're in. Northern was very advanced with that. And Matt's predecessor wasn't really on board at first, and now he totally loves it, and I really enjoy it. We had problems back in 2008 before this. Someone had a rain toilet, and it just destroyed the leaching field. And we're being on top of it now because of your water smart system. And it happens constantly. There's a toilet that's running, you just fix it. And fix it right away, it's great. Yeah. But a lot of your department heads are very helpful. If you want to do the right thing, they will help you.
Thank you
He's a
for that.
resource, and I know he's going to be a landlord, so he's not that far away. But I wish you nothing but success, and I
And also Dan Walls has agreed to stick around for a few months.
Great.
Oh.
Help with the transition. That's the real man behind Eastgate Liquors.
That was my next comment, was going to be in relation to your comment saying that you were going to retain most of the employees.
Yes.
But that's key too, because they're all
Yes.
part of this community, they have been for
Right.
100 years too.
And they know,
Long-term employees.
they know the ins and outs at that store, and they know the customers, they're very well knowledgeable, so, yeah, we definitely want to keep them on board.
Very focused. Nothing but success, I wish.
Thank you. I just have one more question. Are you planning on installing any kind of the new technology that checks for the IDs?
So the ID scanners, I was
Yes.
actually going to mention that, and I'm not sure if they have it or not, but I will speak with them after this meeting. I think that the ID scanners are crucial, especially in this town and at all their stores. There's a lot of fake IDs out there, as we all know, and, it could look identical, and somebody can, anyone can look at it and think it's a legitimate one. So I think an ID scanner is something that they should definitely invest in, and I'm sure they will invest in it to make sure that they're taking that extra level of safety and precaution. So if they don't already have it at the store, they will be sure to look into that.
Thank you. And just, you can't completely depend on that either.
Right,
It has to be both,
It
checking
takes
it
out a
and.
little
It does.
kind of human error.
It does.
Yeah.
And I know it's difficult, but we do take it seriously.
Yes.
We do not really tolerate underage buying of alcohol. We take it seriously. So other than that, you've heard that from all of us. You know how we feel about it. But other than that, we do welcome you. And we hope you the best, and we hope we don't have to see you on any other terms
We sure
in the
hope
future.
so.
So do we have a motion?
Madam Chair.
Yes, oh, I'm sorry.
A public hearing, so you have to take.
Oh, I'm sorry, I keep forgetting Zoom, I'm sorry. If anyone on Zoom has any questions or comments, could you please raise your hand on there so we can see you? Anything, Mr. Gilberto? Okay, anybody in the audience have any comments or questions? Okay, thank you. Thank you, Mrs. Lindenham.
Okay, Madam Chair, I move to approve a transfer of package store all alcohol license for Eastgate, WIL NR LLC, doing business as Eastgate Liquors, 20C Main Street, subject to all regulatory department requirements, and to approve Parthith Minish Patel as manager.
Second.
Okay, I have a motion, I have a second by Mr. O'Leary, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye, unanimous. Congratulations.
Thank you very much.
And-
One more.
Yeah, there's a pledge.
Madam Chair, I move to approve a pledge of license for Eastgate,
sorry.
Eastgate WHNR LLC, doing business as Eastgate Liquors, 20C Main Street, subject to all regulatory department requirements.
Second.
So I have a motion, and I have a second by Mr. O'Leary, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Now I can
Thank
congratulate you. And if you could get that, is it the DPU certificate that you saw?
DUA.
DUA, sorry.
Unless the
DUA.
it's within the 90-day.
The ABCC usually lets it stand for 90 days because they're always delayed anyway. So if we get it, you a new one, they're not, the likelihood of them looking at it for 30 days is it's hopeful, but usually 90 days it'll be good for. And we can give them a new one.
Okay.
Keep it everyone in, so
Yeah.
All right.
hopefully there's no issue with that.
Yes.
Thank you very much.
And get their rules and regs and
Yeah.
good luck.
We'll be in touch with the police department too. So
Yeah, they'll be very
yeah,
happy.
yeah, definitely.
They want to work with you.
Resources.
Yeah, Amy,
Yeah, if you don't mind. Yes, do that. Okay. Yeah. We'll be in touch. Thank you very much.
thank you.
Thank you, good luck.
All right, what do we have left? American Rescue Plan Act, the ARPA, discuss use of funds and vote to obligate funds.
Dairy Queen.
Before that, Madam Chair.
What's that?
Dairy
To
Queen.
discuss the wastewater planning advisory committee.
Oh,
Oh, Dairy Queen.
we do Dairy Queen first.
Two items before that. Item 8, Madam Chair.
Oh, I'm sorry, I didn't see that either. I passed that over also.
Come on.
Yeah.
Thank you, Adam.
It's like last call every time that happens. Mr. Gilberto.
Madam Chair, through you, there is a common victular license application from Dairy Queen, new ownership at their North Reading location.
Okay.
It's in the meeting packet, and we have prepared a motion for the board to act.
Mr. Gilberto, did I see something about the police not having all their information? It did come in?
It's in the packet.
Oh, okay, I didn't look at it after that. All right.
So with that, the packet.
So everything's
application was-
okay, all right.
And we knew it was coming for a number of days, not weeks, but it came in pretty late on Thursday, Wednesday, we'll be ready to act on it.
Okay. You all set over there?
Yeah, my husband wasn't playing tricks on me, that's fine.
Mr. Gilberto.
That was all, I prepared a motion.
Oh, okay, we have a motion.
Okay, Madam Chair, I move to approve the transfer of the common victular license to North Reading ICA LLC, doing business as Dairy Queen, 286 Main Street, subject to all regulatory department requirements.
Second?
Okay, I have a motion and I have a second by Mr. O'Leary. Any discussion, any questions?
No, other than comment, the other owner's been there for 40 years.
Right,
Serving us well.
yes,
Recording in progress.
yes. Sad to see them go, but happy to still have our ice cream.
That's right.
Okay, so all in favor?
Aye. Okay.
All right, and now on to the American Rescue Plan Act, ARPA, discuss use of funds,
Oh,
vote.
you skipped one.
Am I still skipping something?
Wastewater item nine.
It's because we jumped around.
No, it's not.
I don't know where we are.
Article 9, item 9.
Okay, item 9. Sorry. Oh, okay. Yes, Mr. Gilbert, I do.
So, Madam Chair, through you,
Yeah.
wastewater planning advisory committee, this is a follow-up to discussion at the last board meeting and at the meeting prior to that, where board members expressed a desire to put together a committee
Yes.
as we look ahead toward a fall town meeting action on the wastewater project, as well as a potential ballot vote. I guess,
Madam Chair,
Yes,
I'd like the record to show that on advice of council, I will be recusing myself.
okay.
I will not be deliberating with the board in relation to this particular matter. I will recuse myself and sit over there and reserve my right as a citizen to participate as a resident.
Excellent, thank you, Mr. O'Leary.
Ditto.
And ditto.
Mr. Waller, too?
And then there were 3.
Now it's gonna be a rough crowd.
I will not be
Okay.
Okay.
Madam Chair, through you. So it's something I just want to say, and I've stated it before, but I don't think it can be restated enough times. Many in the conversation on the project are aware that the select board in the winter of 2020 voted to establish a wastewater planning advisory committee with the intention of looking at the areas for a route, looking for alternatives for connecting to GLSD, looking at financing mechanisms for wastewater projects. A very deliberate process. I recall it being multiple meetings where the charge was approved. And when I think I looked at the records, it was approved at the end of February in 2020. Immediately thereafter, we were totally derailed into the pandemic for 6 straight months with just trying to maintain ways to conduct the town's business. And then we started to find our way a little bit out of the pandemic, but not truly finding our way out until late 2021. The board members know, many in the community know, in the middle of 2021, it became clear that we had an alternative to time a wastewater connection project with construction on Route 114 in North Andover. but that there was an accelerated timeline for that. And at that point in time, the feeling was, at least speak for myself, that there wasn't going to be a lot of time for trying to get on board to that timeline. And I think that the board agreed at that time that we needed to act quickly. We talked about an expedited timeline for going to town meeting in October of 2021. We worked. It doesn't seem that way because it was so long ago. We worked really quickly to get a study done for how we could finance this. And I think by many accounts, what came out of that effort did not reflect the will of the community as a whole in terms of assessing betterments. And that conversation took place after those discussions. But the reason we don't have a wastewater planning advisory committee for this project right now is because of the timelines that were represented to us by our engineers, by the Massachusetts Department of Transportation, the town of Andover as well, who were looking at this construction project. After that point in time, things have been delayed. We saw that more time has opened up. The project is slightly delayed in North Andover. At different points in time, we've heard that it will be further delayed. At other points in time, we've heard that it won't be. But we sort of have now pushed ourselves right up against that timeline with a fall town meeting vote and debt exclusion shortly thereafter. I've heard from the board members and communities. I've heard from the community as well. Some of the folks in the room here this evening. Can we look to try to, maintain that commitment to having a committee? And so what I attempted to do with the document in the packet was to modify the charge that was approved for that committee in 2020 to reflect some of the things that have already happened in terms of the project. So we know that a betterment is not going to be an alternative to financing this project because of the vote of the community and from the feedback from the community as well. The board has already made that determination. So that's one thing that's sort of been decided for us. The route, largely based off of 10 years of wastewater planning, a little longer, and identifying the areas of most need, looking at that Main Street corridor, looking, and the board very clearly articulated in 2014, 15, and 16 that we would take Martin's Pond, a heavily residential area, and make that a secondary area once we had a connection in place, and once we had some revenue streams for wastewater utility. So what you have before you is a modified version of a charge for a wastewater committee that the board could consider.
Could you tell us what page that's on?
216.
I can't because the technology
Okay,
is
Mr. Studo's got us.
216.
And for those who are in the room here, I've handed out copies as well if you want to see what we're talking about. So I brought that forth as an option for the board to consider. I'm not sure whether it reflects the intention of the majority of the board or not. I'm not sure how effective it will be able to be given the timelines that we're facing right now with approval for the project, but it is an avenue that's available to us. The one thing I do want to say, though, is we're talking about a committee that would seek to educate the community. That's one approach that I think we can clearly do. I think if we're talking purely advocating in favor of a project, there will be limitations that the committee will face down the road, particularly when it comes to a debt exclusion vote. I think the committee will largely be able to do its work if the intention is to advocate going into a town meeting, but the ability to advocate with a ballot election, the Office of Campaign and Political Finance has kind of drawn a line on that. I'm not going to put the former chair on the spot, but I'm sure she's familiar with some of the decisions that are out there, where there are some limitations. So I just highlight that as something we just need to keep an eye on. I'm not sure whether a vote this evening is appropriate or not, but I posted the agenda to allow for that action to happen. I think the most important thing is making sure that the charge in the current draft largely reflects the intention of the. So I would ask that we start with that.
I can't actually find it.
So
Do you have an extra paper?
I can print one for you for that.
Oh, you can't find
It should
it?
be on mine.
Share with Doc.
So I guess I'll just go ahead and summarize my thoughts. I know that I was one of the ones really pushing for this at one point because I was hearing it from the public, certain people in the public that they felt that, this was a committee that was supposed to be formed, it was supposed to happen, it didn't happen, but it was sort of out of our hands with the pandemic, with the timeline. Everything was changed and crunched and speeded up, and so this committee never happened. So my feeling, and I see that because the plan's already there, there's not enough time to change the plan. I don't want to see this as a detriment to what we're trying to move forward. But I do want to let people be engaged in it and feel a part of it to help to move it forward, I guess, would be my feeling. Mr. Studo, I know you had a comment.
Well, let me start by saying, reiterate what Mr. Gilberto said, that the brief study I did, when in any project this size you set up a committee like this, time cannot be of the essence. It doesn't work. Number one, scheduling.
Yeah.
Originally, this would have had 13 members. Assuming you're going to meet at least 10 to 12 times for something this big to really get it done, if not more, scheduling that and that many people with life that happens, because this would be all volunteer, that alone it's doable, but again, not in a time crunch. Because then what you're asking people to do is that if you're on this, you're sacrificing your time because we need to get this done. And not everyone's willing to do that. It's reality. So also, one of the biggest scopes of a committee like this, if it was to function as originally described, is to incorporate a lot of the community's feedback. That happened.
Yeah,
so maybe it was a little messier than if there was like a straight committee where, rather than getting 40 opinions of how much something is not working and we should do, but at the end of the day, there are very few recommendations from the community that were not incorporated into the final plan, like very few. So in that respect, what this advisory board would have done, I'll say that maybe if this advisory board was formed, maybe all that doesn't get incorporated because now it becomes more of a, I wouldn't say we didn't compromise, but more of a, well, what can't be done? So I just want to preface with that. However, the other reason I think at this time this could possibly work is because unless people are saying things that aren't true, my understanding from many people that did not like the design at first, or not even design, but how we were going to pay for it, it seems a lot of the issues have been alleviated. So either it was just a lot of lip service because they thought we would never do it, or they really mean it, and if they do, now it's just a matter of clarifying, because as many people in this room know, if you follow social media, I cannot begin to tell you how many people still think that you're going to get charged $46,000 in a betterment, even though that plan has not existed since mid-February of this past year. And that's what we want. So the thing I will say this, though, is now is the time for those that were so strongly ready to come out to put your money where your mouth is. And when we put out, I believe this is advertised, correct? Like anything? It's going to be advertised. You're going to do the community, what do they call it? Thank you. But no, the forum.
Oh, the CAF?
Yes. But
the Citizens Activity
But this
Forum.
is where it's going to count. Meaning that whether you were for it or against it, and you were a strong for or against, I got to tell you, it's going to speak volumes to the whole community, because everyone knows who's very for and very against throughout the community. Everyone knows about this. It's going to speak volumes if those names don't come in on the site. Because then it's going to be, well, did you really believe it, or were you just bored? So I'm just saying that because this can work, and we can have a conversation Changes are going to be very hard, not because they couldn't be impossible to do, but because I think a lot of changes have already been made. If I gave somebody who has never seen our plan, the original and the one we have now, they'd be like, is this the same plan? Is this the same project? So I think the changes have been incorporated. Now it's that, is there small tweaks? Are we not seeing anything, even though we've had all these meetings? So we've cut down to the board members, we've cut down the membership to make it more concise, not because more is not better, just because time's up. And again, getting 1, 2, 3, 4, 6. I mean, getting 6 people together, is going to. I think even that, maybe not as big of a challenge as if we had 13, but still.
What is this at-large 24 seats?
No, 2. There were going to be 4 citizens.
Oh, I thought it said 24.
No, we're going to have, 2.
I don't think my
And
two's
again,
crossed
that's
out
why
here.
I request spread it out, that if you're really passionate about it and you have good idea, or there's something we're missing on how to approach this, or even if you just want to come in and you're chosen just to tell us how much this can't work, but I think that under these circumstances, I bet you right now, based on past performances of other committees with big projects, we would still be in the Mass DOT wants an answer in 3 months, and we've only met like 6 times stage. It seems like it could be a long, drawn-out process. So volunteer if you can, of course, if the board, those left of us up here, decide to go through with it. I'd say that's it's the best we can do under the circumstances. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Studo. Mrs. Manu-Pelli, do you have any comments?
I do, because I do recall when we formed this or modified this from the water and wastewater to the wastewater, right? That was so long ago. But I may have misunderstood our purpose in doing that, because I thought that the mission was quite clear. It's not to obstruct or say you did something wrong. That wasn't the intent or the mission of doing this. And I do recall at the time that we formed it, we didn't have an intent to immediately fill it, because all of these things were being worked out and all these details were being worked out. So I can see the drawback just based on the SSBC matter and the handling of the building of the school and the 2 overrides that resulted from that. And I can definitely see the drawback with making a big pile of people coming in, and maybe, so many things going on and so many things swirling around that things definitely got missed. I can see that, or that there wasn't more of a call to getting the people that we hired to be handling the project on the page of what the town needed. This is a different call to action, totally. And I do see that it's a good idea because of time to maybe, shorten this, but I do think the entire mission of this committee always was to facilitate. This is happening, people. This is what's happening. And to facilitate that, and to facilitate public information about what's happening, and to be a part of that public information process. I think what you're saying about what's being written in social media, I disagree with you that everybody knows about this, just based on the limited times I look at social media, and it's astounding. It's astounding what people are questioning or saying, the misinformation there. But this committee can actually be plugging in, doing precisely that, is correcting all the incorrect information that keeps being broadcast about things. We're not doing that here in the town, and we need to do that. So if we're not going to institute this committee and get this committee appointed right away. Somebody here needs to do that because the misinformation stream is going to continue on social media, and the confusion about this is going to continue. And we really need to be the people that get the facts right. We're not supposed to do it because we're going to get an open meeting law complaint if we start going back and forth on social media
Right.
about things that we're all interacting. We shouldn't be doing that. There should be a designated person or individual, but this committee should be the committee that's hosting these interactive meetings and the Q&As and things like that, that they're all there, that they're all able to do that. That's my thought on the mission of this, and we knew when we formed it, we weren't immediately appointing to it. This was already in progress. This sewer project was already moving along when we signed the deal, what was that tonight, 2015, we signed the deal. This was already in place. So if people don't know about it, I agree with you, people don't know about it. This is not a new thing, though. So I think it's important that we do this, to let this committee take up the charge that it was supposed to be intended for. I definitely can see why you modified the mission, even though to me, it's the same mission that we originally wanted that committee to handle, extracting out water, because we had already signed that agreement. So again, all of that was already done by the internal team and all the people that were involved and all the people that were invested in that. This is the same thing that was done there. And for the water, it was Mr. Marcieri and Mr. O'Leary spending, and you and Mark, spending hours of time with your best friends in Andover, nights, weekends, hours and hours and hours of time. That's the same thing with this. That's how this sewer was handled, with internal people and consultants and everybody trying to make sure that we had everything in order. So I don't see that there's a change in the mission of this, but I'll defer to the majority impression of this, but I don't see this as a committee to come back and tell a consultant that's been working on this for several years, oh, you did something wrong.
Right.
No way. I don't see that as the mission of this committee at all. And especially because if we're talking about putting a vote to October, there's a lot of work this committee has to do right away, as quickly as it can be appointed, if that's what my colleagues want to do. Other than that, we have to correct all of that misinformation, and we're pretty devoted here time-wise, and we all also work time-wise too, so we're already kind of stretched to the max here. I know there's a select board representative that's going to be on this, and God bless that select board representative, but I'm just saying to you,
It's going to be one of us.
It's really something that's a really specific charge. I never envisioned that the members of this committee were going to say, here's where you're going to lay the pipe, and this is the route you're going to take. None of us have that expertise. None of us do. But to say, this is what it's going to cost, here's the design, and this is what it's going to cost, and here's how it can be paid for, and this is the information that needs to get out there. What isn't going to happen, I think, is information. Because even that minute, 80-20 principle, right? 20% of the voices are making 80% of the noise on this, and that's always going to be the way it is. However, that 20% are putting out information that isn't accurate. This committee could correct that. This committee could take that role of getting the correct information out, doing the Q&A, doing the public meetings with, for any other questions that there might be on what's being proposed. And then the bottom line is going to be the town's going to vote on it. There's even misinformation about that, what we're doing, some deals that we're making behind the scenes. It's incredible the types of allegations that you can read about this. even though we've addressed it for years now at public meetings, it's incredible what misinformation is being broadcast there. So I really do think this one's important. I think we don't just solicit people to fill out a form. We recruit for this because there's many people along the route that probably would be good candidates to serve on this that we've seen a lot of them at the public, hearings that have been held. We've seen a lot of them come. We've received phone calls from a lot of them. So I think this is time. It's, to me, I think we should do it pronto. And I think this committee hopefully is people that are and have been familiarizing themselves with what is going to happen and can accurately reflect that information, not incorrectly state what this is all about or how it's going to be paid or anything like that. I think it's important. Thank you for letting me speak so long on it too.
Thank you for being so passionate about it. So, just to be clear, the charge of this committee is to accept what is there, correct?
It's not to accept
Not make
it.
changes.
No,
There's not changes being made to anything. It's more getting on board,
Well, not
getting the word out, explaining it to the public, correct?
explaining. I mean, how's this?
Explain the charge of this committee in a basic form.
Educate the townspeople about the proposed wastewater project.
Yeah, best
So
way to
not
put it.
changes to the project.
Exactly, but
That's what I'm
to
saying.
do it more fact-based, like, for example, for those listening, some of the things that have come out, and this is why explanation's needed. I got a text from somebody asking if I would lease them out the UPS store. I don't own the UPS store, the old one. But this is the kind of stuff out there that to try to get me off the committee because they couldn't dig enough dirt, somebody posted that I own the UPS store and I'm lying about the ownership. I don't own it, sorry. But if somebody wants to give it to me for free, I'll take it. So, but that's what I think this is, Madam Chair. It's an explanation. Because I do feel that, especially the last variation of the plans, when they're explained fully, clearly, and with the real numbers, or at the very least of how we plan to get there, I'm not saying people are jumping up and down, but I think the word reasonable comes out a lot. So I think that is the main charge. And I do feel, though, Mrs. Menipelli, that the two at-large or citizens members are the most important. They're key. They're the key. Forget about, as Mrs. Hilbert said, finance and select board and EDC and CPC, we can all scream till we're blue in the face, but it's the two at-large members, whoever those end up being, that once they fully they get it. Like, for example, you can't really explain or teach something until you fully get it, and even if you do fully get it, maybe you need to have a bigger conversation. Those are the two most important members of this committee. So that's why I agree with you, we need to recruit, but we also want people that are serious, at least that they want to fully understand it if they already don't, and then they want to, whether they agree with it or not, at the very least say, hey, this is all the information, and these are the true numbers. I agree with it, this is why. I disagree with it, this is why. So, not to establish, so pretty much get rid of the narratives and just explain the project as the final variation is.
Well, that's what I think Mr. Gilberto did. But
Correct.
I do think if we're going to move forward with this, I do think we should try to appoint a CPC member that might be on the road. I do think we should get a business owner and a
Would that be a
resident
conflict,
owner
though, if
to
they're
be
on the route?
To be the at-large.
Is that a conflict?
I think we've heard that it may be,
Yeah.
unfortunately.
So unfortunately, I know that that's a great idea, but
It's unfair. It's just so unfair. We should, yeah.
Yes, Mrs. Gilbert?
I'm just having a really hard time seeing that. It's already been a year and a half for some of the meetings. I'm not sure that it's... I'm not sure that it's realistic to expect 2 citizens within 10 weeks to sell the town on this project. And that's basically what's being asked. There are 4 committee members and 2 citizens. It really should be the reverse. This is a project for the townspeople. It's the most expensive project we have ever done. It really should be, I feel, more people that are citizens and fewer committee members. I mean, the committee members have all been meeting until, whatever, and many of them are well informed. Okay? When you look at this project and misinformation, then you go look at the Chestnut Street Bridge misinformation, it's mind-boggling.
Yeah.
So it's really not so much a matter of getting the word out, it's getting the people to listen, and that's a very different ballgame. So, basically, if you're going to get the voters back in on the ranch, so to speak, and be behind this project, they're going to need to have a lot of involvement and some time. And 2 people in 10 weeks is probably not the answer. That's just my guess. I could be wrong.
So, but Mrs. Hurlbut, what's been modified is removing all of these board and commission appointees.
Yeah, there's been many
So
removed.
it's struck a Board of Health person.
Well, there is still a committee of 6. We're supposed to somehow bring this home.
Yeah, well, not bring it home, bring out the information.
Yeah.
That's the hardest part. That's the part that has been unsuccessful so far.
But technically, we all are community members. It's not just on the 2. I mean, that's the 2 as well, but it's something where I agree with you. You can only talk till you're blue in the face for so long before you pass out. And this is kind of just trying to do the best we can, check every box, and at the end of the day, I mean, your suggestions of maybe, you keep the at-large members at 4, but I feel that I have a few people in mind that I think can reach a lot based on, being at almost every meeting over the select board, over this, but,
I'm not saying don't do it or don't try it. I'm just saying that your expectation that this is going to work may or may not be reasonable given it's a very short period of time, very few people, and a lot of work organizing meetings and all this kind of stuff.
You know something, Mrs. Hurlbut, it's not something that we need to work. I think we've addressed the need of the project. What definitely is clear is the need for the correct information about the project to be presented. If that's done in a month, if that's done in 2 months, if this committee can handle that in 1 meeting, it's good. It's a good job. I'm actually stumped though about, I would want to see this committee filled with people along the route. I mean, that's the people.
It's what makes sense, but
That makes the most sense.
what about the at-large can be on the
Well,
route,
there's
correct?
no better, but then everybody in town's gonna be paying for this. So I understand what you're saying about along the route.
Yeah.
However, what about the person that's 65?
that's a good point.
Or whatever.
True.
Living on a fixed income.
That's a
so
good
they're
point.
gonna get in.
Yeah, true.
And that's a large number of people in this community.
So let me pose this in response to Mrs. Hurlbut. Do you think 4 people would be better than 2 at large? Or do you think that would be more detrimental? I mean, the more people you bring in, sometimes the less you're going to get accomplished because you have,
Well, I mean, it doesn't seem to make
we're trying to be direct and just get this.
Citizen
And I
involvement.
appreciate that, but look what's been on Community Connection about Chestnut Street. I mean, to me,
I
this is
understand.
totally.
Which one?
So how could this committee not, it's a good thing. I mean, even if it's a short time, it's something. We're trying something, because otherwise we're trying nothing.
It's also not a policy making or
Right.
a financial decision making. committee.
It's
Like
PR.
SBC
It's
was.
PR.
It's basically a
Basically.
committee that's gonna roll out the
Well, it is a
information.
Yeah.
financial decision.
No, it's a
No, that's
financial
done.
decision for the entire town.
Right.
So, and again, other
So
misinformation
you're
is out
asking two
there.
people. I mean, I think it's really important that as many townspeople as possible are involved in this process. Now, I realize, as Mr. Studo has suggested, that scheduling over such a short period of time,
Yeah.
a whole lot of people,
Yeah,
is probably never going to happen.
right.
But I also think that the same people that have been meeting and talking about this, 4 people from different committees, are going to once again be doing the same thing. And I think that there should be more citizens' involvement in this and less administration. Because right now, the administration is not on everybody's Christmas card.
Okay. Mr. Wallner, did you have a
Right or
question?
wrong?
Citizen Walner.
Comment?
Citizen Wallner.
Come to the citizens seat.
Rich Walter, 57 Lakeside Boulevard. Haven't said that in a few years. I totally agree with Abby that you're going to need to have more people than not on it. But to proceed that, you're really going to have to put the marketing materials together. I don't think there's been a hard copy document that says this is the proposal that's coming for the town meeting. And I don't think we have the materials, you know, whether it's easels or slideshows, I don't think we put that together yet either. Because I think that when the schools went out to propose in middle school, high school, there was a few different people who proposed it, and no matter where I went, and I went to a few places, they had the same materials and were given the same story. And it was not deliberative. It was completely just educating. It wasn't an attempt to like, okay, what do you think? There was none of those kind of questions. Just here's the school, here's the drawings, this is what's coming up for vote. You know, we're not here to sell you on it or not sell you, we're just here to inform you. So I think you're absolutely right. It's not a deliberative type thing.
Right.
It's really just education. And you do need citizens, and you need the citizens to go to the committees. Because the committees don't even know the full story. Because I don't think it's been documented yet what the final proposal is going to be for town meeting. So that has to be the first step. Is the working committee needs to have the document locked up, what's going to be proposed to the town, marketing materials to match it so that they can go around and get poster studies on it, educate them, and then have the citizens go out and deliver the work. This is no different than going to Beacon Hill. I've been a few times gone to Beacon Hill and had to go deliver a story. I just had to read what the notes were, you know, what are the main topics. I read the main topics, and that was the end of my role. Everything else has been done. So I didn't have to think about it. I just had to deliver the talking points. That's what you're asking.
Yes, that is, thank you. That is what we're asking. So,
Thank you.
again, I'll ask the question, are we good with the 2? Or do we want to add to it?
Can I get Mr. Gilberto's opinion?
I would love to get Mr. Gilbert's opinion.
So would I. Sorry.
So, to respond to the comment about the administration, Mr. Harwood and I have had many conversations about the shortcomings of process with regard to this, but this committee doesn't have anybody from administration on it. It's a representative of the select board, the representative of the planning commission, representative of the finance committee, and one other, I'm not remembering.
EDC.
Yeah, development committee. So, you know, and those are, 3 of those 4 are required to be residents of North Reading, so citizens by definition.
Yeah.
In terms of getting more outside perspective, I think adding additional residents to it, I don't think it can hurt. I think if you wanted to go to 4, and we would have sort of that balance of people directly affiliated with the town's operations. In the case of the EDC, maybe not quite as directly affiliated, but the other 3 are certainly very closely affiliated. And then 4 others. And we can try to get some clarification, given that, you know, the betterment is off the table. Maybe 2 of those 4 can be abutters. Maybe that helps.
It's an ad hoc.
Yeah.
It's an ad hoc that isn't a policy making. It isn't an ad hoc. It isn't an ad hoc unless the finance committee, but they're just voting a recommendation like we are. So you're not making a
I'm not
financial.
sure that it's a great idea that we're on this committee, to be quite honest, because our role with the wastewater project is somewhat different. we have not taken a vote yet on where we stand on this project.
I think not having finance would be an issue.
You say what?
I think not having finance would be an issue because so much of it, again, granted, there's still some that wouldn't want it because, you know, you don't want to see a bulldozer down Main Street, but I mean, if this costs nothing, I'm pretty sure that we wouldn't have had to have so many meetings. So I think finance is important. But I do have a suggestion, Madam Chair. To cut down, what if for the CPC members, the liaison to the ED, you know how they have an EDC member? It's whoever's on the EDC and CPC.
I think that would be Mr. Griffin,
Okay.
who is in the audience.
In the teal shirt, nice color. I have a few of those. And then you add 2 community members, and I feel like for the community members especially, having a couple, if we have 4, 2 of them got to be on the route. I don't see how
So 2 on the route, 2 off the route.
Let's say it shakes out like that, but at the very least, if we got 4 applications all from the route, or let's say we got 8 total and some were on the route, I mean, like that, it would defeat the whole purpose.
If it's not decision-making, then why wouldn't you be allowed to be on the route? It's not decision-making.
Why can't we make a vote, this isn't clearly an ad hoc, at the point that the job is done, we would say, thank you, the work is done, and disband it, you know, and then why can't we vote to give that committee for the explicit directive here, a special municipal employee status or something like that? Can we find out if that's possible?
Yeah, I haven't asked, through you, Madam Chair, I haven't asked that question. It may be where there is no discussion of betterment happening at this point.
Yeah.
And where there's, you're now an appointing authority rather than the electorate being your appointing authority. We may be able to address that. And I don't think, it doesn't have to hold up advertising and all that other stuff. We can get to that answer when it comes time to appoint people.
We did that with the EDC on something similar. Remember, we had to make a municipal designated.
Yeah, I think in that case, it's generally they're holding two offices, which I'm not sure is going to be an issue here. It might be. It's more the issue of the Ethics Commission and their admittedly very strict interpretation that they've taken, despite the whole approach and the fact that the authority lies with town meeting.
But I agree with you, Mr. Gilbert and Madam Chair. I don't think that we should wait. Just recruit and ask for citizen citizen.
I think that it needs to be done right away.
Yes.
And I would also like to talk about the importance of the EDC, really, on this. I think and I think Mr. Griffin, I think you could speak on that, on the importance of the Economic Development Committee and the role it would play in this.
Yeah, I do think that, I don't know, I was privy to a commercial that was put together about the beautification of North Reading.
Yeah.
I took a look at it. It's kind of in the stages. But I think that, to your point, Vincenzo, you put this 20-second, 30-second blip up on Facebook, and then you put it out into social media, and it's strictly just facts. And you push, if the EDC can push that information into those channels, all of your information that's out there, it's going to take a lot of the clutter and, like Katie, like you said, the miscommunications and the storytelling and all that stuff. If it's coming right from the EDC, right from the heart of the town, and they're pushing and they're just showing the people
the facts.
That's all it is. That's all it is. Whether you're for it or against it, it's just giving the people a clear picture to capture this thing. And I agree, there's a lot of confusion. We saw in one of the meetings, it was torches and pitchforks. It was terrible.
Yeah.
I know, it's crazy, but the idea of just getting a 20-second, and they have the capability, it's actually pretty cool.
It is, it's excellent.
It's really nice. So the capability is there. You're pinched for time. This is going to be the best and most effective way to move forward, to get your information out. Whether the town wants it or not doesn't matter. You did your job. You did your job. You put the information out the best way that you could, the quickest way that you could, and let the townspeople figure this thing out. Because then there'll be no more muddy waters. There'll be no more of this. It will go away. And really, to move information into social media, through the EDC, in a beautiful format, the format that they have, I think is great, the way that they do things. It doesn't have to be elaborate. You don't have to get into it. Just the layout has to be, the committee has to come together, put that information that we have, and compress it into a really easy to
Almost like a TikTok or an Instagram. Quick,
very easy to understand manner, where it can't be confused, it can't be construed, it can't be other than what it is. In 20 seconds, 30 seconds, you'd be surprised how much information you can push into that block. And if that's moved out effectively through the EDC, and there can be other ways too. I'm just picking this out.
No, I think it's great.
And I just think because of the time that the town has, you've got to move at light speed. You've got to move it. You've got to establish a committee. You've got to get the right people in place that kind of have a good feel throughout the town. And you all must know others that, put it out there, I don't know how you would go about appointing those people. But that's just my thought on it. That's just what I think it would be your most effective, quickest path to at least allowing this to unfold in some manner to the public.
Thank you. Yes, Mr. Stewart.
So maybe, just so we can continue on to, another awesome discussion about ARPA. What if, and if it pleases the board, what if we went to 4 at-large, combined CPC and EDC?
With the one liaison.
Correct. And
I think you need the DPW more than you need the finance committee at this point.
I don't think you need the finance committee at all. I think it's a mistake.
Mr. Gilberto. Mr. Gilberto.
I envision the Director of Public Works, his staff, myself, supporting the roads. I'm operating in a vacuum. We're not going to be able to spend every day and night doing work on behalf of it, but I do envision us supporting it as we have for other committees.
do you have any opinion on the Finance Committee?
I feel, through you, Madam Chair, that one of the great things that I learned 30 days before my first day here was how closely we try to work together between the school committee, the select board, and the finance committee. And despite charter provisions that try to restrict that, we've been able to try to maintain that working relationship. So I would love to see them involved.
Absolutely.
They don't seem like they want to be.
Absolutely need to be involved.
I just think that says more than I think we want to say. It says the finance committee is endorsing it. And I know that's not what it is, because putting out the facts, I think, is the most important thing, and not selling the project one way or the other. But I think having the finance committee who's going to have to weigh in on the voting on the project itself, or its bonding, or however it is going to be paid for, I think it's saying more than you need to say from that committee. I think if you're trying to get the facts out the most efficient way you can, but don't throw stuff in the middle of it that's going to say, the finance committee is interested in this or that.
No, but I think it discredits.
I just think I don't think it's the right committee to be made.
I think it discredits it though, because I'm going to get this question. What is the finance?
Right.
Where is the? You guys talked about this big number. Where was the finance committee member?
I don't think that's what you're trying to do. You're trying to say the finance committee hasn't voted on it. We're just trying to get the facts out. A fact is the finance committee hasn't voted on it. That's a fact.
Correct, but
so having a finance
the
committee
select
member,
board has not endorsed the article yet either. That's a fact. but the select board's still gonna be there, unfortunately.
That's my opinion. I don't get to.
No, I understand, but I'm just trying to say
I'm just
that,
thinking that
The
it's
select
not.
board shouldn't be.
but no one has endorsed it yet. So if we do that, then we should just set up the 4 at-large members and Mr. Gilberto can buy him coffee. But like, my opinion, finance committee needs to be there. It's part of the charge. It's in your own words, biggest ever project in North Reading, and the finance committee doesn't want part of this.
No.
I totally disagree with that.
Part of it is that we have not taken a stance or completed our discussions.
Neither are CPC.
Yeah. So that's not what this is about. This is just about
Fact.
facts and basically PR, and let's get it out there so people know what it's about. It's not about whether we voted on it or not, or endorsed it or not.
If you are looking for people to pay attention because you have ABC, CPC, FinCom, the Board of Selectmen, and I don't know that you want to do that. I think you really want citizens to get the facts out.
What if a citizen there?
Tainted, for lack of a better term, by committees or administration. I think it needs to be something a little different than get just, and I agree with this gentleman
Mr. Griffin?
about getting the facts out of sound bites in a decent format, and a lot of it's just repetition.
Mrs. Manupelli, you look like you have something to say.
No, because I think the initial mission, I think that's why those particular members were included. And I can understand what you're saying about it. Not because you haven't voted on it yet, because, at this point, we all should have voted on this,
Yeah.
We did vote on what was moving forward. We did have a packet. We did have the information. We just need to package it up like Mr. Griffin is saying.
Yeah.
But at this point, it's, what else do you need as a committee to take a vote? That's not really what we're here on, but I would assume the finance is in this under the original charge, because there are often questions, and you've seen these at the Q&A of those, why do we need to do this, for the fiscal health of the town in the future? And who better to explain that than a member of the finance committee who's been tracking and taking care of and, basically managing that aspect of things, for the town for all these years.
That's an endorsement of it.
This is true, yes, but less of an endorsement as to an explanation or an answer to those questions. But that's the flip side of what you're saying. But I can understand, because I think that the mission is just kind of really streamlined here based on what Mr. Gilberto rewrote. But I would hope the committee is considering this, and considering taking the vote on it, considering making a recommendation, considering putting information out there about it. I would hope that, because it's such an important project, and at this point it isn't new to any of us. So I would hope that the committee is going to make a recommendation one way or the other, because we do know it's coming up to town meeting. So,
Mr. Studo.
but I understand what you're saying.
Well, it's not clear either.
But it also,
There have been 2 discussions.
All right, excuse me, if we can go through the chair. Mrs. Hurlbut, Mrs. Hurlbut, excuse me.
No,
Thank you.
no,
Thank you.
we took the special meeting off.
All right, do I have to
We
do this?
over.
Thank you. Mr. Studo.
also I feel that a question can be answered by the finance committee within this committee, whoever is appointed for that, without endorsing, like anything else. When I give a financial plan and I haven't made up my decision yet on how I think the client should go about it, I will at least point out, this is what this plan looks like. These are the numbers for it, because I think the community needs that, especially since, a lot of it thinks that the numbers, the latest ones from Select Board, are too good to be true because it's spread out. But can I indulge a question from the audience? Will you allow it?
Sure.
Mr. Austin, if you don't have to answer, you've been involved from the start. For something like this, whether or not it's been endorsed yet, do you feel that Finance Committee would be an important component?
I do think that Finance Committee would be an important component. I think that if, for this particular committee, which I'm disappointed in the changes between what this committee was set up to be and what it is here now. But with this mission, it's important for people to ask the Finance Committee, okay, if it's really this important to the town, why is it this important? What's the big difference? How is this going to make a big impact? Now, again, I don't think it's asking for an endorsement of the Finance Committee. It's just tell us about the position of the town. Tell us how this might be able to help or hurt. I mean, obviously, there's risk. Personally, if I was interested in hearing from this committee, I would want the Finance Committee to be represented.
Thank you. Thank you. And that's from a citizen. So I think I agree. I think that if we put this committee out there and there's nobody from finance, I don't think it's a good look, personally.
I can't hear you.
What do you mean you can't hear?
You can't hear me?
You can't hear anything.
It's so loud. This thing is so loud, yeah.
We never can hear any of you guys.
You can't hear me?
It used to be that this room was wired for sound, and that all of you guys had microphones that played in this room. All those microphones now play to the TV audience. It's very hard for anybody in the audience to really hear what's being said. I would say enough of a percentage of the time. So it's unfortunate.
Okay, well, we'll work on that.
We'll
work on that.
So should we vote?
We'll work on that.
Madam
vote on
Chair,
the revision?
I think we need to, I do think we need to.
We do need
move
to wrap
on
this up.
but
Absolutely.
May I
Yes.
make a suggestion? Because again, when I look at how it's been rewritten, it really is quite close to what the original mission was anyway, and that's as an ad hoc informational committee to get the information about the project out. You really haven't changed that mission very much here. You just kind of streamlined it because of the time constraint. I appreciate your making the effort to do that. So I agree with, and I would move that we accept the modifications written. I would just add to amend what's before us, to have the membership consisting of 8 members, 1 being the select board rep to serve as the chair, 1 being a member from CPC/EDC,
Yes.
1 being a DPW, a representative from the DPW, because who better to answer the geographical and/or logistical
I agree,
questions.
Okay.
For being citizen members of the community, and 1 being a finance committee person, and then that would bring the members to 8, and that would require a quorum of 5 of this group. So let's say 1 or more of those aren't actually filled, then at least 5 of the membership can, hold these informational
So
sessions.
keep all 4, not combine EDC, CPC?
Yeah, no, she said combined.
Combine.
Yeah.
EDC and CPC.
So what would you add?
Yeah, no, I added a DPW representative. 'cause
Who's going to be there anyways?
Oh, to answer the question.
That's what
Correct.
Mr. Gilberto
So
was
we-
saying,
so we
that they
don't-
would be there anyway. That's why you crossed
That's
that
my
out.
expectation for you.
So 7 with a quorum of 5?
Oh, I didn't
It's ad
understand.
hoc, do you need a quorum?
I don't know. I don't even know what
Yes, you
that
do. Yeah, you definitely do. But if, so if, I do think people that are on the route should be, that's who should be on this.
Well, we need to find that.
I understand what Mrs. Hurlbut's saying, it affects the whole town. What we have presented and voted on and moved forward affects the whole
But
town.
yes, I think not so much making sure that there's people on the route, on the committee, but making sure that they're not left out of the committee, that they can't be on the committee, that they're allowed to be on the committee. I think that's what we need to know. If we can get that information.
Fast.
But we
Yeah,
should
that's-
not, and we should, that's what I would say.
So are we in agreement, the three of us, on those changes?
Yeah, so I would make a motion
Yeah.
that we approve of the modification to the mission of the wastewater project committee and amend, based on how Mr. Gilberto presented it to us, with the amendment to the membership consisting of 8 members as
Seven.
The
Because we're not
DPW is already
doing the
included.
DPW.
7. The DPW is already going to be there to answer questions. You keep adding him in, he's already behind the curtain.
Yeah. Okay. So 7 members.
7 members.
Madam Chair, to be clear, 7 members being a select board representative, a planning board representative who is also a representative of the EDC.
Correct. That's
Finance
combined.
committee representative.
Yep.
And we will solicit 4
At large.
citizens or residents
Yeah.
Correct.
of the community with the goal of trying to appoint residents who are on the route, but that will work out with town council.
A split would be the best.
Yeah, on
2 and
and
2.
off.
But you can decide who,
Yeah.
the applicants, once you get to the appointments.
Well, right, because maybe nobody on them.
Also, in the matter of time, if we can get the publication on social media, transcript, everything on blast, because I think the select board should appoint the committee on the 7th. I know it's quick, but, it's,
We have no time to lose.
and I'm out of the country on the 21st, which doesn't help.
But
We'll push it out there, we'll try to work together in paper on Thursday.
So we have a motion on,
we do it.
we have
I do
a motion.
Second,
Okay, so we have a motion, and we have a second by Mr. Studo. All in favor?
aye.
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 Okay.
But again, this is something that I can't, we need to basically have, like Mr. Wallner mentioned in the comment, the docs ready for this committee to hit the ground running. The charge should be reaching out, to all of these sort of outlets where things are being posted or published, or, in forums where things are being addressed, and just direct, even do a Q&A. Q&A sessions online or things like that to be able to get the information out there. And we shouldn't stop our work either. And I don't think we need to sell anything. The decision is up to the town. And we keep being told we have to sell this to the town. The information is what it is. The facts are what they are. Financial picture is what it is. And it's really incumbent on every citizen that's here to get the facts and learn the facts and understand the facts and ask questions about the facts. And that's not, we don't sell things, we shepherd things, and we all as a community vote yes or no on this.
And
So to put the burden upon us to sell, we're not salesmen. We're not salesmen, just like the finance committee isn't a salesman. We make recommendations based on all the data.
And
Yes, Mr. Studo.
and I do agree with Citizen Wallner that if we can get something, I know it's a lot of info, but I think that the first meeting, if we can do it quickly, of this group, should be to take a look and push forward something like that is pamphlet, however you want to put it, but that's going to be consistent across the board, that can get plastered throughout town, and that has a fact sheet, however you want to put it. In my field, you can get very complex investment products that one sheet will give you all the pertinent information that no one can argue with, and you can disagree or agree, but this is it. So I do think that, I don't know if there's a way for, it's a marketing piece in a way, but I don't know how quickly we can get one of those, but I think that would help tremendously. Because it just, sometimes it's like, Mr. Studo, why do you support sewer? I go in so many different directions, but by the time I'm done, the person's looking at me like, okay, are we even talking about North Reading anymore? So I do think that is important if that's possible. Well, not possible, we have to get it somehow. I just don't know how.
All right.
I'm going to add to that too, because I think, if that's okay, Madam Chair.
Yes, it is.
Because I think that there's an awful lot of material online, which I think is great. It's accessible. People know where to go to get it. It's great information. But if, just like Mr. Studo said, if we can have an FAQ, I think that helps, because I don't know, reading, I think if we just had it concisely, FAQ, where is it going? What's the cost? How's it going to be funded? What's the, impact per household? Just all of these questions. When are they going to put it at Martin's Pond? All of the myths, like dispel the myths. When's phase 3? We're not even in phase 1 yet. So dispel the myths of where it's going, what it is, or where it's proposed to go, those type of things. I think there's a dozen we can think of FAQs that we get asked on it. So, and there seem to be repetitive questions, the same questions in some of the sessions that I sat in on.
Okay,
the same repeat stuff.
This will all be for the committee to figure out.
That's it.
So that we have now voted on.
I nominate
So,
Mr. Studo as
I would like to welcome our colleagues back. We are going to finish this conversation.
Can I go to that?
Yes, you may.
Like it's a teacher, like at school? Well, we are in a school, so I'm asking to go to the bathroom, so.
Good discussion.
All right. Moving. Now, for the 4th time, we're going to discuss the American Rescue Plan. ARPA, discuss use of funds and vote to obligate funds.
Madam Chair, through you.
Now it's time?
I think so. I think I've got them listed in the wrong order.
Okay.
The first thing I would like to ask the board to do is to vote to obligate funding for 2 capital projects that were presented by Ms. Keller as part of the proposal to the select board for the capital improvement plan. It's a capital improvement plan that was built upon dedicating $1.4 million to the Park Street Bridge and $100,000 to the Haverhill and Chestnut Street intersection project. I indicated at the time of the presentation there would need to be a formal vote to authorize that, which will allow the finance director and I to go through and make sure that it gets obligated properly through the procurement process. I would ask the board to take that vote. Maybe votes, I don't know if we have just 1 or 2 motions. But there is a motion in there on that. And I would like to at least get that on the books, and then we can continue with the discussion beyond that. That's okay.
Okay, can we wait for Mr. Studo to come back?
Can I just get a clarification too?
Second. The $100,000.
At Haverhill and Chestnut Street intersection, I'm looking for validation from Mr. Keller, but
I thought the board voted when they accepted the recommendation for
Right, at town meeting.
the proposal from the capital improvement plan, but if not,
I can go back and look. I don't recall a vote to obligate to that effect. I remember saying we need to, but while we're looking at how to do it.
Yeah, I don't think we did. I think the intent was to recommend the town meeting to do that, and if they acted favorably, we would then take the vote. Because we didn't want to obligate the funds unnecessarily.
I recall the way Mr. Keller is saying. Because we didn't need.
do it again anyway.
I think what went to the balance of that went to the warrant article. What wasn't being funded by ARPA went on the article. It was extracted out to show that.
Because ARPA funds don't need to go to town meeting.
Right, that's right.
But we have to vote.
We have to vote, but
I think
not
we
town
did.
meeting.
But, I mean, you could just revote.
It'll clarify anything. My question, Madam Chair, is
Yes. Mr. O'Leary?
don't we have to be careful as to how much we obligate to each specific project?
this vote is important because it's instructive to the finance director and I. What the federal government wants is to see a contract with a company to actually do the work. But we are some months away from that actually happening. So if we have a contract that's for a different amount, and we need to change an obligation, we'll come back to you and ask you to do that.
So we can't go back and change this.
They're not going to, when we yesterday were talking with the accounting folks who dealt with the federal government, they're not going to ask us who signed off on what, but we're looking for that direction, which is why we're asking for it. They're going to want to see a contract, I'm going to make up the name, Breeze, to come in and do the work over Park Street. That's what they want. That's the proof that it's been obligated by December of 2024.
So if we obligate 1.4 million, and it's going to be less than that, we don't lose the delta.
Only if it happens after December of 2024.
So
that will be
so we can reallocate it
between now and then. Yes.
Okay, that's all I wanted to be.
Yeah, no, that's a fair question.
That's good.
Bear in mind,
Mrs. Hurlbut?
This president, I'm sorry, Madam Chairman, bear in mind that when we just saw this presentation on Chestnut Street Bridge, the amount of time that it takes to get all this detail in the design and then go out for bid and then get a contract. And we don't have very much
No, we don't.
before we lose this money. So we may decide you want to do something else with it, but at least lock in this.
No, I'm in favor. I just don't want to.
And lock in the
I don't want to
rest.
lock in too much and then
lock
lose
it
it.
all.
Because what happens is, if you don't lock it in time-wise, the right amount, you lose it. You don't spend it.
But you need to go.
As a finance director go like this, if you lock in too much and you don't spend it, you lose it.
Mrs. Minipelli?
Two questions. What do we have right now in ARPA funds? What have we spent already in ARPA funds? And I agree with Mrs. Hurl, but we have active projects going on right now that we should be voting to use this on. Even if we got a vote to bond, we can rescind that. We've done that multiple times if we want to use some of the funds, even though that was carefully thought out. And I'm not taking away from the work of the committee, but if we are able to use, instead of what the vote was, we are able to use more of the ARPA funds towards some of those capital projects, then what's the procedure after that? Because we have really active stuff going on right now that we could maybe not lose this and use it towards.
So I'm going to ask the finance director to answer first, if you don't mind. But secondly, we've talked about that with folks who have been interacting regularly with the federal government. And a specific question that we asked is, we learn more and more about this potential for clawback that sort of started to rear its head with the bill in the spring, but actually materialized, at least in terms of outside the federal government, didn't materialize. But what we were told, and we've been told, is that, for example, if we decided to use ARPA funding to fund projects that were approved at June town meeting that are capital in nature, for example, so things that we said we were going to borrow for, or even things we said we were going to spend free cash on, we can do that. We can go to town meeting in October and modify those approvals, rescind authorizations, et cetera, and the select board can vote to obligate the funds for those projects. The thing that we, mostly the finance director and I, need to keep in mind is, can those departments obligate those funds for all the purposes that we say we're going to now fund with ARPA by December of 2024? And can they spend all of the money by December of 2026? So those are the two things we have to constantly keep in mind. But yes, we can go back and make adjustments. And honestly, I think we said at the time we talked in May, we thought that would be an option we would pursue. We would look to make adjustments to ensure we spend it.
I'm not talking about that, Madam Chair, but we could vote this evening to use more of the ARPA funds. That doesn't need to go back to town meeting because the capital, we already approved what came before us for that plan, right?
Yes.
So, but we don't need to, what we would go back to town meeting is to rescind authorization to borrow. But where does that, so that basically what my question is, I'm not asking it correctly. that money or that vote, obviously, we wouldn't go out to bond. We would rescind the authorization to bond. We wouldn't use free cash, so it would remain, right? We wouldn't have to use free cash.
We may have to use the free cash because that closes June 30. So I'm not sure what would happen to it. I think you could reappropriate, but I'd have to check on that. Because I don't know that you could reappropriate that into a stabilization fund at that, how it would work at that town meeting. The borrowing, it's easy to rescind, to change it, but free cash is a little bit different because it's supposed to close on June 30th. So you just have to confirm. Like normally you can reappropriate free cash articles, like we did it with the police simulator, but I just have to check on the timing of like what you do with it then. Can you just say, okay, we're reappropriating it from something that we were going to pay for to stabilization? Like how you would use it in the meantime?
I think that's a good idea because we're not going to lose our free cash. We're going to lose this ARPA fund. So if they
I
had...
just got to make sure it's okay because typically free cash would close out on June 30th. We're not supposed to spend it after June 30th for that fiscal year. So just to make sure that we can in fact reappropriate the free cash piece, say, to stabilization at October.
That's why I'm saying if they had that deadline anyway, we know that that project is moving forward and going to be signed and moving forward. Some of these are already in progress. So why would we not? That's moving forward. We know the amount. We know what the cost is. They would have had to have used the money, as you're saying. So why not dedicate the ARPA funds to those instead of using the free cash? And then we'd have that free cash. It's not, the free cash isn't going to get clawed back.
For you, Madam Chair, because it could be just an abandoned project. The department abandons spending the appropriation, they close the free cash anyway, and we end up in the same spot. It may take a fiscal year to get there if you did that, but
right. But if they already have this June 30th deadline, that works even better for the...
It was June 30th of 23. So that's why we had to use it.
That's done.
So it didn't...
That's all
I'm in the
gone,
wrong
Mrs. Minipelli.
Yeah. All right, I'm sorry, I'm in the wrong business. All right.
By the same token, if there are other projects, because the most critical part is it has to be spent by December of 26.
Okay, are you all set? Mrs.
Thank you.
Minipelli?
Thank you, Madam Chair.
What about a project that wasn't funded at town meeting? Could we bring that up for ARPA funds? I'm speaking of the light at Central and 62.
I'm not aware of a prohibition on doing that.
So it was not voted to be funded by 2/3, but we certainly had a majority vote at town meeting that wanted it. So
We have the contracts.
we do have we have design, we have everything going right now.
To be clear, we have no contracts for any of the things.
Right.
That almost always happens after an appropriation.
Would this would be something that we could do with ARPA, no?
I'm not aware of a prohibition on it.
Right. You can do any capital project.
I mean, it seems perfect because we've got it going already. That's a shovel-ready project.
There's plenty of things we can use this money for that are important to the community.
I think this is important to the community, and I think a majority at town meeting thought so also.
Right. I'm not suggesting that that's not worthwhile. My point is, there's plenty of things that we can use the ARPA funds for.
There are.
Important infrastructure projects.
Yes.
All right. We just need to do it.
Correct.
That's right. Sooner rather than later.
Mr. Gilberto, what was the cost? Did we have the numbers for that, for the cost of that
I
light?
believe it was $250,000 for the light show.
$350.
$350?
But it's on here. I have the warrant up. The pedestrian was $250, the traffic signal was $350, both were bond. One didn't get the vote to bond, the other did.
Correct.
But we could vote to use ARPA funds for the pedestrian, and we could vote to use ARPA funds for the traffic signal. And that would cover that, but there's also
So
there's also the north and central design that was bond of $65,000. We could vote to use that. And then
There's probably at least $2 million in capital from last June that I think would qualify as being, you could fund it without the money, my opinion. We did borrowing and free cash. We got borrowing, except for the enterprise funds. I don't know if we can use it in the enterprise funds. We pulled the enterprise funds out, I think it was about $2 million worth of funds.
I'm just looking at what was voted to bond.
Can I make a suggestion? Can we vote on the two things that have already been
Yeah, we will do that.
disclosed to town meeting as what we were going to do?
And then have
I
a
think-
total.
And then what?
And then get a total of what we have left.
Yeah, but then I think we need to have a discussion as to what we believe we should be spending the money on wholesale. In other words, here are the projects that were on the capital improvement. Here are some projects that didn't even make it or weren't going to make it. We should be looking at. And, philosophically, what should we be spending this money on? And I think the board has to come to a consensus on that first before. I mean, we already committed to the Park Street Bridge and the other thing. So let's spend that. But in short order, we need to have a meeting where we can discuss part of what was part of our strategic plan as to what would we like to see. What would we like to do? And here we have, $3 million dropped in our lap that we have opportunities to address some of these things that wouldn't necessarily be on the capital plan.
But let's be clear, it has to be pretty much shovel ready, no?
Yeah, but depending on what we're doing.
Right, it can't just be everything. It has to be ready to go.
It's be completed by December 24, you need a contract in place.
2024.
December 24, so.
You get a year and a half.
Yeah, and if you want to do more road work, if you want to buy
You want to do
fire
sidewalks,
apparatus, if you want to buy a dump truck, anything. Probably your bigger ticket items is probably wise, and anything that that, is less likely to have some other type of emergency that's going to sideline it, that that you can get the money out the door by December 26th.
We get a whole list of things that we all came up with through the strategic plan last year, of ideas that we should be kicking around again to see if we want to use some of this funding to do. You've got a second floor in the third meeting house above the senior center that you don't have access to. You want to put an elevator. We're not going to sell that building. You need to use it. We're not utilizing it. Same thing with the Damon Tavern. We've got the Rufus Porter room up there that nobody can see because it's not accessible. There are certain projects that we wouldn't necessarily rise to the occasion because of the cash flow issues that you have, that you can talk about and you can maybe address some of them. And at the same time, tackle some of the other things that we had to stall a bit. But let's vote on tonight what we committed to already, and then let's have a good discussion as to put everything on the table here, including your lights at Central Street, and whatever else was on the capital plan, and a whole bunch of other things that we already talked about in our strategic plan that we won't talk about until our next strategic plan. So I think it would behoove us to take the time to have a good session on what to do with the rest of the money. Rather than starting to cherry pick things, didn't get financed here, didn't get financed over there. And there may be other things. And again, I bring up the sore side, but like the rail trail, you invest $2 million, you get $10 million back. If we have issues in relation to people not wanting it in their backyard, what the root's going to be. But talk about a good return on your investment. You put up $2 million and the state's going to give you 10. Should we be discussing that? Probably. You know? Are we going to support that in the end? Maybe not. Maybe we will. But you have $2 million that's available to talk about. So it's things like that. You know, like I said, you're getting access to the second floor and the third meeting house there. It's good space, valuable space, and again, it's a building that we own. We're never going to sell it, and it's underutilized because of accessibility issues. I don't see it on the capital plan, right? Why wouldn't we? So let's support what we already voted, and then let's set up a session to go over these things. And I think a lot of these are things that we pulled out from our strategic plan that I'm sure you all have too.
Mrs. Minipelli,
I just wanted to say, I have I only went down the list of, and I hear what you're saying, but I think we should just take a vote on this now because these projects that were basically shepherded through the CIPC plan, they actually already have been gone to the meeting. I only check marked the ones that were a vote on bond. I took out anything on enterprise and I didn't do the free cash. But what you're saying, that's years in the making. It's not going to happen in the time frame that we've just been given. But if we utilize the funds for these projects, then that could accelerate their moving up in the chain. I think
my concern is that if we go down the route where we start using the ARPA money to finance things that we've already appropriated money for and we're going to bond and is already in our game plan, we end up with a lot of additional cash available to plug budgetary holes that are sustainable. It just forestalls the inevitable here. We're going to come up with a $350,000 gap in the next budget. We say, oh, we didn't bond this, we have the cash available, we plug it and we move on, knowing full well that we can't sustain it because the new growth numbers aren't there. You know, so I get concerned when we have an inordinate amount of additional free cash available to plug holes, and it really is one-time money. This ARPA money is one-time money. We have general operating expenses and obligations that we have ongoing all the time, what we go through. We have the improvement planning committee and everybody else. All the budgets every single year. Those aren't going to go away. This is one-time money that we should spend wisely and invest wisely in things that are going to enhance the quality of life for people in North Reading and maybe sustain some investment in some of the assets that we have that we can't afford to do in the normal budgetary process. But again, that's something that we have to decide as a group.
I hear you. I hear you. I agree with you. But I also feel very strongly that this is something that's already going on. There's already design for it. It's already happening. We're paying for temporary lights that are going to be there for now. We were told tonight for 3 years that we're going to pay for temporary lights when we could take this ARPA money, take a vote, get that permanent light in there, get those temporary ones out of there, and it can be done. Because after 3 years, people are going to be used to that light, and then we're going to take it away. And then if we're going to decide, you know what, that light was working, it was a good thing, what's that light going to cost us in 3 years? And where are we going to get the money? The money's here. The project's happening. Town meeting gave us a majority. We were one person short of a 2/3 with the hand vote. So
It's like 7 acres
personally,
we had the majority, but we didn't get it.
but now we have an opportunity to get it when there was a majority that wanted it. I would like to make a motion to move forward with that tonight and add it to the projects that we're going to vote on.
I don't think the timing of that is appropriate at this particular time. You know, I just think let's vote on what was proposed and what was already voted at town meeting in relation to the ARPA money that we committed. And I think we need to have a wholesale discussion on the rest of it. And the majority can decide what they want to do. But let's do it in a comprehensive way, where you're looking at all the alternatives that are available. Again, maybe that's at the top of your list, but it might not be at the top of Mr. Studo's or my list, but it's.
Well, we can take a vote.
But in the meantime, I want to see
We
the
can take a
list.
vote and find out.
But I want to see the list. I want to see what
Absolutely.
project people are. Yeah, so why am I going to spend $350,000 of that right now? But I
I'm
don't
looking
know what
at-
else is on the table, what other people have for ideas.
Because this is something that's happening right now, and we can move on it and
We
save
still
ourselves a
have
lot of
time.
money.
We still have time. We have plenty of time.
How much time do we have, Mr.
Until
Gilberto?
December of 2024.
No, I
Commit.
mean for this,
December
if we wanted to do this permanent light, are we needing to get in on the design?
So we're
For that?
intending to proceed with the design for the intersection as approved at town meeting, yes.
Yes.
We're in the process of entering into contracts for design to do the work for the intersection work, for design for the other projects that were funded and for construction of the projects, as well as procuring vehicles and whatever else. So we are looking to start these projects in terms of the design.
So if we wanted to put the permanent light in, this would be the time to do it, not wait and talk about it. We'd need to get it in on the design.
Yeah, they're going to proceed on a design that does not consider putting a light in unless we tell them otherwise.
Correct.
Meaning the engineers, TEC.
So the timing of that is important right
The
now.
timing of it right now, I could postpone that for 6 weeks. In the meantime, we could have our discussion and decide what we want to do and see what's on the table.
Do we have 6 weeks to postpone that, Mr. Gilberto?
As you heard, with the culvert project, any postponement is going to delay things on the back. So,
Thank you.
Yes, there's time. There's always time, but it's going to delay.
It's going to delay what?
The start of the project, the bidding for the project, and completing construction.
If we wanted to put that
For what?
For any project.
For the bridge?
No, for any project.
for the
Oh, you said
permanent
culvert
light.
project. There's nothing to do with the culvert project.
No, he was giving an
No, I'm giving
example.
examples of what happens when we delay in contracting. But I mean, I'm not going to say it's material. I don't know. The engineers have to say that.
It's more important when you're talking about almost 10% of what's going to be left, more than 10% of what's going to be left, that you got to spend without considering other things. I don't think that's responsible.
I think it's something that the town told us they wanted at town meeting. They didn't vote to bond it and fund it, but they voted with more of a majority that they wanted it.
They do that all the time.
Well, they did it, and now we have the money that we can go forward with it.
The thing is, we have other.
And I think this is just as important.
Other things to be considered that we haven't even looked at yet.
That's okay, you don't have to agree with me. We can, if somebody wants to put a motion on the board, we can take a vote on that.
Well, that's my colleagues to wait.
Yes, Mrs. Sullivan?
Let's look at the whole picture of what's left of the
I
apple.
understand what Mr. O'Leary's point is about these capital items and the already discovered funding sources. I got that. However, there are an awful lot of items on the capital list that were not approved this year because we didn't have enough money. For example, bringing the municipal buildings in the old center of town up to the wastewater plant,
$2 million.
at the high school, middle school. That's a project that's been on the books to get done. We've had the engineering study done for it for 3 years. And it went from $1 million to $1.5 million to $2 million, which is the last number we had. And that's an important project also. So there are plenty of projects on the capital list that we did not have enough money to fund this year that can also be looked at in addition to the traffic lights, et cetera, that are ready to go. But I think that we can spend the next 6 months talking
We
about
sure
this.
could.
It's the deadline.
Correct.
I don't think there's
Mrs.
not enough
McFell?
money. There's not that much money there to worry about meeting the deadlines. We can meet the deadlines. I'm not worried about that. But it's, what should we be spending $350,000 of? If you're going to spend $1.4 million, we're going to have $3 million left. $350,000 just, on that, as opposed to looking at the other projects that are on the capital.
We'll still be looking at the other projects. We can still have that conversation.
Well, let's have that conversation.
This is a timing issue. If this is going to happen, it's a timing issue.
It's not that great.
There's a design happening.
It's not that great. The time is not.
I
don't
disagree.
think that we've been doing our fiduciary responsibility by going and just cherry picking things right now without looking at the whole picture.
I see a need for it. The town saw a need for it. Town meeting saw a need for it. It's happening. The design's happening. If we're going to do it, I think we should do it now, and we need to vote on it, and we need to get it
We
done.
should take a look and see how the traffic signalization is working too.
I have been. I drive it every day.
Well, I am too. I've seen
And
it
it's
back
great.
up-
I don't have to play
it's
chicken
back-
anymore.
it's
I get
back
to
up-
take my turn when the
back up
light
from Central Street
changes.
to the
And
Dancing
nobody's
School.
going to hit me.
It's backed
And
up
I know
from-
where they're going.
But it's backed up from from Central Street to the dancing school. It's backed up from Central Street.
I haven't seen
past
it.
Oakdale Road. Doesn't mean it hasn't occurred.
I haven't seen it.
So, and then school isn't even in session. But
Go ahead.
Mrs. Manu Pelli?
I know you're zoning in on one of these, but I'd ask my colleagues to zone in on more than one of these projects. I understand what you're saying. We already, the setup of how they're going to be paid and they're already covered. But they're already much further along than that sewer project. So what I'm saying is, because these are already, they've moved to the top of the list. I mean, I'm even thinking of the HVAC, the boiler. The boiler was the one that we heard the presentation where we could get a refund back on it. So that was tremendous amount of work done to present to capital. So we could also, in addition to the permanent lights, we could also vote. I know you're focused on that one because that one was excerpted out.
Right, because it's not going to happen otherwise.
No, it wouldn't happen by the funding, the vote to fund it in that manner didn't happen. But that doesn't mean that it wouldn't happen. We have to have another funding source, which is precisely why this is a good
This is another
source.
funding source.
But I also
you go
think
back to
that
town meeting and get the
HVAC,
$350,000 to do it. Because when we asked the engineers, they said, you can do the 2 phases, you can do it, and what you put in now is not going to be wasted, and you can put in the other as additional $350,000.
So
you can phase it in.
So if I could get back to, what
Please.
I'm saying, I'm not cherry picking, I'm looking at what was a vote to bond.
Yeah.
And then I understand that the decision to bond didn't pass.
Right.
Didn't to pay for it by bonding for it. It wasn't a decision not to move forward with it.
Correct.
It was a totally separate vote. But what I'm saying is we already have these, really some of these that were presented they're already ready to go. He may have even had a contract signed on that based on the vote. So those are the ones I would say to take off that, in addition to that signalization. I would move that we decide, on these things that are basically almost ready to go. One of these intersections I think we could consider, but the vote was to do a design on it. I don't know if we're allowed to use ARPA funds to pay for a design, but if it is, I would ask for that too, instead of going to bond, that we use ARPA funds towards that. Then we don't have to go to bond, and then
that money is available.
We can, again, vote to rescind the bond like we did at the last town meeting. So,
Mr. Gilbert,
we don't have to extend ourselves for borrowing a bond.
Does this all make sense to you? Does that work? What Mrs. Manu Pelli's talking about?
Yes, to switch to project sources, yes.
Okay.
Those projects, if you wanted to think on those, if it's existing projects, you can think up until basically October, because they're already moving along. You don't have to do that necessarily tonight, but it is a way of handling, part of it.
Already talked enough. Thank you, Madam Chair.
So why don't we take the votes?
Excuse me, Madam Chair?
Yes.
I would want to know what the thought process is and what the feelings are of my colleagues here. If you're going to supplant bonded projects with ARPA money, what's the philosophy of the board going to be in relation to the funds that are freed up? Are we going to use those funds that have been freed up, which will eventually turn into free cash,
Right.
to bond other projects? Or are we going to leave it as free cash to plug the hole in the budget, which is what I'm afraid of? So again, what happens over here, you don't spend the money. Well, fiscal year from now, you'll have additional free cash.
You're only talking the borrowing ones, right?
Yeah.
Right.
Bond,
So
yeah.
try the bond report. So instead of borrowing, you're going to spend the ARPA. Are we going to, what are we going to do?
Repurpose, vote to bring that to repurpose another project, use it for another
But that
project.
has to be, I haven't heard that, I don't know.
We have
My
finance
concern
committee
is
wanting
that you're
to.
going to have some additional funds available.
Mrs. Hurlbut?
You know,
Yeah, but you also have a $3.5 million project coming up, which is Chestnut Street Bridge. Now, you may or may not get grant money to augment part of that cost, but by freeing up bonding capacity and using ARPA money for existing capital projects, you then free up bonding capacity so that you can more comfortably afford to bond the Chestnut Street project if we don't get grants that really offset it.
Yes.
So it's not, I agree with you 100%. You've got to be really careful that it doesn't get used to augment, reoccurring expenses within the budget. I totally agree with that. But there are enough other things where freeing up bonding capacity, such as Chestnut Street, are really important.
And to the extent we would pay for things that were free, that we would have been targeted for free cash, I think the free cash is freed up should go into the stabilization fund. Either the town stabilization fund or the capital improvement stabilization fund. That keeps it out of the operating budget. And I absolutely agree with you on that.
Yeah.
You don't want just to.
This is one-time money.
On free cash that we didn't know we had, and get used up on operating costs that we can't pay for next year.
But there was also a portion of money that is normally used to help fund the capital budget that when we were short at June town meeting was taken away. So putting it back into the free cash, into the CIPC stabilization fund, makes perfect sense.
But that would, the free cash aspect would have to go back to the town meeting to vote to appropriate it to something different, right?
But I think there are points, both from capital as well as from FinCom, is that there are plenty of projects, all right, that we can use bonding capacities that we no longer would need for capital, that are such as Chestnut. So I think we all agree that using it for recurring costs and going back into the general fund to be used to augment our budget is a really bad idea and should never happen.
Maybe we can just make trash free for a year. There. How's that? Everybody will be happy. I'll announce it on Facebook.
Administration should be, if the board is looking to go this
I have no motion.
I think the administration, capital improvement planning committee, ourselves, individually and collectively, put the stuff on the table and say, okay, this is what we can do. This is what the timing is as far as the going out to bid process is. What are the timelines associated with it? We don't have all of that tonight. It's like what we did, where it is in the queue, along with other things that were ready to go, but we didn't have the funding to do it. That's how we should weigh how we should spend our money. It shouldn't be tonight, other than the two things we committed to.
The two things we committed to and that permanent light is,
Why? That permanent
it is
light was
a
not
time,
bonded.
it is,
And that's a different project.
it doesn't have to be. Time is of essence for that. If the board decides that they think that's an important thing to do, there's a design going on right now that we can't wait
I would say,
to make decisions about. That specific one, I think, needs to be done tonight so that it can be made part of that design and it can
I
happen.
don't believe that the board has the necessary information to make an informed decision.
We talked about that till we were blue. We brought it to town meeting to be bonded.
Right?
We've talked about
And
it.
you didn't get
And we had
Sorry
a,
you didn't get the vote you were looking for, but the thing
I
is,
had a majority vote.
that's
Oh,
not what
we
you
had a
needed.
majority
That's
vote.
not what you needed.
It's all we needed for a bond to be
That's what you
bonded.
needed to get it done the way that it was proposed.
It's what I needed to know that the town wanted it. That's what I needed to know. They want it.
2/3 needed to do it for
A majority wanted it, more than a majority.
But it's not, to me, I believe the board has to take a more conscious approach in relation to what the projects are, where they are in the
And we all
field.
know that you didn't want the light, and I understand that.
That's
But maybe
okay. I
other
know you
people on the
wanted it.
board
You
did
didn't
want it,
get it.
and this is an opportunity to have
This
it.
isn't the way to do it yet. Again, it might be a...
This is the way to do it right
might
now
be
with
at your-
ARPA money that needs to be voted
It might be at
on.
your next meeting to do it after we do our due diligence, but you're not doing, you're rushing it through, and it's inappropriate.
I don't think I'm rushing it through.
Of course you are.
I don't think I
This is the first I
am.
heard that you were going to propose the ARPA money for that.
Because we were told tonight,
No, well, I guess.
Mr.
it wasn't just
Gilberto.
tonight You talked about it.
can we clarify one more time?
I would ask my colleagues.
That if we wanted to have the permanent light at Central and 62, do we need to make that decision quickly to get it as part of the design that's happening right now for that intersection?
I guess the only way I can respond is to say that the Department of Public Works is looking to proceed with designing that intersection to go out to bid for construction. And they're also already pretty far down the path of designing Haverhill and Chestnut Street. Sooner, if we're going to be directed to incorporate a traffic signal
Yeah.
into that, the sooner we know that, the better.
Thank you. All right. So, would I,
Can they do both at the same time?
Two designs.
It's the same pole, it's the same lights.
Through you, Madam Chair, it won't be the same configuration that you see there now. That's
No, that wasn't up to
a big set of fishing line.
Yeah, no, the permanent lights, full signalization, is not what I want it looks like.
no, we would get that all out of there.
But it'd be on poles instead.
Yes.
Right, that's what I'm talking about.
Yes.
But either way, there's going to be lights with poles on it, right? So, poles with lights on it, excuse me.
I haven't talked, I can talk with the engineers about the possibility of the dual track. I haven't talked to them about that. Where we were intending to proceed with the design that would be clearly saying it's not going to include the permanent traffic signal based on the vote of town.
Yeah.
Again, the Director of Public Works here this evening, wasn't scheduled to be here.
Yeah.
Well, is it going to make a material difference if it goes to release tonight at some point, or at some point in the near future? I don't know that it would. But all I'm saying is, we all have concerns about that intersection. We've talked about that numerous times.
Numerous times.
There's a number of us who kind of feel like, okay, he said yes, they want improvements. No, it wasn't a light, but they want improvements. We kind of feel like we need to keep that moving forward. And admittedly, the finance director and I talked at length, we have a department that's also balancing Haverhill and Chestnut Street, which is ready for a public hearing and ready to proceed. So there's a lot happening that are on this gentleman's shoulders behind me here. So, I don't want to sit here and alarm folks that we need to make a decision right away, but I do want to make clear that we can't really responsibly proceed with the design. If we're getting a signal that we shouldn't be going with a design that doesn't include a traffic light, we're going to have to hold back. Let's wait. Is there a phase that could be done that we don't have to have that decision? Yes, possible that there is. I haven't talked about that.
But it would be conducive to have that. If the board chose to vote for that, it would be better sooner than later. Thank you.
If you'll entertain, I'd make a motion to utilize ARPA funding for purposes of installation of the full traffic signalization at Park and Central. I can do these in parks, but do you want me to just,
Could I ask that you just do the two things that we voted on at town meeting and then do that one separately?
I can make that motion, but I was gonna do the other portion of it as well, the pedestrian. I can add it all into one to utilize the opera funds for that project. It sounds to me too like the Haverhill and Chestnut is pretty far along as well in terms of its, being, I guess, moving forward. We could, this is just my thought, we could also, I know I haven't had a second on the motion, but we could also use ARPA for those. And then the third one, I'm not sure, I wanted to ask Mr. Gilberto or our engineer how far along the third public safety project is, because that looks like bond for that as well.
Is that
I'm looking
Central and North?
at the top 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. And like Mr. Kelleher said during the meeting, in no particular order, but these top 10 are...
They are in particular order.
They are, remember?
They're ranked.
They were ranked, right, but, I don't know how many of the top 10. It sounds like the roadway parts are, and it sounds like we could use that money for other things. And I agree with Mr. O'Leary in terms of once that frees up, it should go into repurpose for other projects that we know need to be done. But for tonight and what we're talking about, the vote to utilize the ARPA funds, that's what I would do. I'd make a motion that any of these that are far along in the process that are going to meet that deadline in the top 10 listed here, which like we said, at least 3 of them are public safety improvements, that we utilize the ARPA funds toward those projects. And then vote, subsequently vote to repurpose the bonds. Some of these are bond, one of them is free cash, and a portion of one of them is capital improvements.
So is that the 3 intersections, Mrs. Kelly? Is that what you're...
The top 10 listed here is our intersection, Haverhill and Chestnut Street, supplemental funding, $60,000 free cash. Intersection, Haverhill and Chestnut Street, sidewalk to Heritage Way, $85,000. A portion was 81,216 was from a previous free cash appropriations, and 3784 was from capital improvement stabilization.
The 81,000 was from the previous bond unit that was...
You said that at the meeting, I'm sorry, you corrected that, yeah.
The free cash or the ones from capital improvement or the ones, I would only go with the borrowing.
If the bond,
But again,
Yeah,
there's we're moving along and there's almost no rush. And my one concern is if some of them are dependent upon, if you have to have hearings, then what happens after the hearing if the public input is don't go with the light somewhere, even Haverhill and Chestnut, or change it, or do something. What are you going to do?
That doesn't need a hearing.
Before the hearing.
What hearing? The ARPA funds don't need to go...
You have to have hearings for intersections.
So,
It was design here.
Design hearings.
Oh, sorry.
So, I don't know.
Well, we voted to bond them before those design hearings. What does that matter?
That's true.
It has no matter whatsoever.
It's just
other
that
You have to
than, other than this
those
money's
funds.
going through our fingers here, and we've delayed long enough making a decision on their use.
Yeah.
And we are a community, one of the only communities that are clawing it back, so we should act now. And if we want to add all these contingencies to the vote, let's do it.
I have not been involved in any discussions with any of my colleagues here in relation to these ARPA funds. We haven't had a full-scale discussion as to how this would fit in, whether it be the capital planning plan or whether it be with a strategic plan. We haven't had those discussions yet. And again, if there's something that's of critical nature, we'll be told. You're talking about going out to design plan. You're not talking about going out to bid yet. It has to be committed by the end of 2024, out to bid, and built by the end of 26, right? Whatever it is, 2026. There are a whole number of other projects that are on the capital plan. There are other things that we could undertake, which again would be out of our reach, but something that can have a lasting positive effect on the community that we're not even considering here. And I think that's not responsible. But again, I haven't been involved, let's put it that way. I haven't had any discussion about this.
None of us
The
have
administration-
discussions.
What's that?
None of us have discussions.
Okay, and you're looking to make a vote tonight, let's spend all
We're
this money.
discussing it
And again,
now.
I think Kate's
This
idea
is the
worth
discussion.
considering. I think it's worth considering it. Can we, supplant the ARPA money that we've already bonded, voted to bond? What does that do? I think we need to look at that. Worth considering, absolutely. But do we have to rush in and do it tonight? No. Is it the responsible thing to do tonight? I don't believe so.
The one thing I feel,
I think the only thing
the
we're
one
obligated
thing
to
we
do-
need to rush
the only thing
into
we're
is this
obligated
permanent
to
light
do
if we
is
want it for tonight, so that it can be in the design.
The only thing that I believe we're obligated to do this evening is to support what we took as a vote, or a recommendation at town meeting, based upon the appropriation that was made, those two projects that we said the ARPA funds were going to be used. That's what we have an obligation to do right now. The rest of it, we're going to talk about the Chestnut Street Bridge. We're going to talk, again, that'll take up all of it if we don't get any help from the state. But there's nothing there right now. So tread lightly, and let's consider it, really consider it, but then close, and close. Let's consider it, let's consider things, rather than, it's not that urgent yet. We don't have to vote on it tonight.
From what I'm being told, the permanent light at Central and 62 is urgent and needs to be in this design. That's all I'm asking, to be urgent right now. If
Madam Chair, I do have a motion on the floor, and I didn't.
Yes, you do. I'm sorry.
I
Yes, you
didn't.
do.
I actually didn't include Chestnut Street because we just heard from the consultant saying that's a way off. That isn't even anything like that's 3 years in the making. So there's no way that's going to meet that deadline. There's no way that's going to be on a signed sealed contract. From what I heard, it's not even going out to bid.
2025, 2026.
It's going out to bid, he said.
No, done, completed.
Completed.
3 years out, completed. He said about a year for permitting.
No,
Little
he said
over a
the
year.
permitting itself was going to be 18 months.
Up to 18
So
months.
we're way into 2024. There's 2025 for that, right?
Yeah.
I'm not very good at math, but that doesn't get us to a signed contract by December 2024.
But
So-
again, we don't have to decide that tonight. We have time.
Yeah, no, but I think we know that these top, I marked off the top 10. I would say that for the projects identified that are identified for payment for bond, that I would move to use ARPA funding for those, and that, like I said, is Haverhill and Chestnut Street, supplemental funding and sidewalk to Heritage, Park and Central Street design and construction, including pedestrian signal, Park and Central add full traffic signal, intersection of North and Central design, intersection of North and Central construction. There's a roadway rehab and reconstruction in the amount of 120 for bond, the library HVAC replacement, the Hood School boiler replacement, and I would even go further down the list on some of these other items, but those are primarily the ones that aren't, that are proposed for bond, not out of enterprise fund. the top tiered ones.
Is that the motion?
But
That's my motion.
Does it include,
I would say, let's look at the rest of the list. I haven't got that list in front of me. I haven't got the
Right
report
now,
in
there's a
front of me.
motion
I know, I
What was-
kept it in mind.
there's a motion on the table.
What does it amount to? What's the total dollar amount that we're talking about?
I'll restate it, because I kept my notes from our meeting. In the intersection of Haverhill and Chestnut Street, supplemental funding is $60,000. That was proposed out of free cash. Intersection of Haverhill and Chestnut Street sidewalk is $85,000. Intersection of Park and Central, design and construction, including pedestrian signal, $250,000. Intersection of Park and Central, add full traffic signal, $350,000. Intersection of North and Central, design, $65,000. Intersection of North and Central construction, $330,000. Roadway rehab and construction, $120,000. Library HVAC replacement, $335,000. Hood School boiler replacement, $225,000.
that's it? 1.82.
Oh, you got it?
Yeah, the first couple, the one that's from free cash for the Haverhill and Chestnut, that was free cash, I wouldn't do that one. And then the other one, the $85,000, is from a previous free cash and capital improvement stabilization, I wouldn't do that one.
Okay.
Excuse me, the 60,000 you wouldn't do?
Yeah, because it's free cash.
The 60 and the 85?
And the 85, everything else, one of them was on the North and Central construction, it should be 197 instead of 330, because we were taking 133 from a previous bond proceed.
Getting on that Vincenzo.
Yep.
And
Instead of 330, how much is it?
197.
197. So you went as far as the school boiler, is that right?
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, I think that's as far.
Madam Chair, may I just ask, Mrs. Galvin, if the portions of that were from previous bond, why would that make a difference? If it's in the works and we can have the ARPA funds apply to that, wouldn't the previous bond we would just take the vote to repurpose that for a different capital project?
I don't know how, it's kind of complicated to do that multiple times.
1.42.
Yeah,
How many times was that done for that, do you know?
It was, yeah, that would have been the moved from the original article to that, so it's just,
That doesn't make sense. Because it was 1.82
I don't even know how that would work,
Minus
to try to move it
85,
again.
minus
Like,
133.
to rescind it, I don't even know how you would do that. I'd rather not to touch the items that we were taking from another, using up something else.
Madam Chair, to my earlier point, here we are floundering around trying to figure out dollar amounts, what it's going to be, whether we should or shouldn't be doing it. What happens if we rescind one and then not rescind it again, rescind it back again? Yeah, let's get a report from the administration as to what we did at the town meeting. I think we should support 2 items that said we're going to do, through ARPA, get it done, and then have this discussion in a more organized fashion.
I don't think that's fair to say she's floundering around. That's incorrect.
We're floundering, not her.
She's providing.
Excuse me,
We are not floundering at all. I've made the motion 3 times.
Yeah, and we don't even know what the dollar amount is, and we don't know what the effect
I
of that.
just read the dollar amount.
We've been told.
They're here to provide us input. There's no floundering around about this at all.
This is not a very well-organized
Mr. Studo?
approach to how we should be spending this money.
Mr. Studo,
I have a suggestion.
please.
It seems that the vote's going to go the way it's going to go. However, is there any way to compromise and then, I don't think between now and August 7th any minds are going to be changed, but at the very least, we can get maybe a more official motion of this list with some audited numbers on those first 3 items that we deleted. Either way, my suggestion is that if we delay 2 weeks, because I think the vote's gonna go the same way, irrespective of whether it's now or August 7th, would that fall in line with are we gonna get this designed in the next 2 weeks?
Through you, Madam Chair. No. Again, as I indicated earlier, every week matters in terms of the design. Is it going to be material in the grand scheme of things? I'm not going to sit here and say that it is.
But meaning, can we have the best of both worlds where, if you would allow it, you take this vote on August 7th with the motion that says everything Ms. Menni-Pelli wants minus the 6085 and the difference of the 133 from the 330, and it's more listed like that. We can have the same, 40-minute discussion, because we definitely will, like we had tonight, and end up at the same point, but at least it will be more, everyone can think about it, and we'll have it right in front of us. That's my suggestion. Thank you.
We still do have a motion on the table, though.
I'll defer to my colleagues if you want to. And I am going to.
Are you going to rescind it, or are you going to?
I'd amend it adhering to our finance director's recommendation, which, again, I don't think that's floundering. I think that's good, solid financial direction, but I don't think we need to wait and keep waiting and waiting and waiting. I mean, I have a lot of other ideas for the use of this, but this is right in front of our face. So I'll adhere to the will of the membership on
I've been pretty silent through this. I'm not an impulse buyer or a spender. I think this feels pretty reckless to me. I think some of the facts have been presented. I think there's still some information to be learned. I think that a few weeks is not going to change the world about how we make our decisions, and we already know the backup plan is you can put it into cash if we have to do that. So we have that as a backup plan. We know that already. And we've all agreed it's not going to be used for our budget, to fill gaps and things like that. So we're good there. So we should be responsible. I haven't really heard clearly from what you would like, especially like considering the sewer down at the high school, middle school, that whole area. I know that's a big project that will pay back dividends to our town for years and years to come, which right now, I don't know what the cost is to maintain what we have going, but I know that's a big, big deal to get that doing. I would want to know the financial benefit of these different projects we're talking about to some reasonable assessment so that we can make a conscious decision about what we're doing. I'm actually for signalization, but I actually want to see what happens in September when school's back in order. And you're going to know that in 2 weeks, because in 2 weeks you're going to know what's happening then. The town may actually end up really hating full signal in 2 weeks into September, because
but then the design's going to be done.
We might be delayed by 6 weeks, but I don't see that as a critical issue in the big scheme of things. So we just don't have enough information. I don't think August 7th is going to satisfy anything. I think we really do need to have a powwow where we sit down and really go through everybody's list of everything that's down there, including even the sewer project, right? I mean, it should be down there. We should have it down on our list to go through, weigh it out, understand the circumstances. Our backup plan is we can always go to cash if we have to. But let's do it consciously. Let's do it with a little bit of process and not do it at 11:25 at night when we're tired and we're ready to wrap up the meeting. Let's just be a little conscious about it.
Okay, Madam Chair, I'd like to respond to that comment about being reckless, because I find that very insulting. I don't think this is reckless at all. I think these are vetted projects. I think they're moving forward. I don't think my vote is reckless at all. I think we've talked about these. The committee has talked about these. We've put this forward as the capital improvement plan, and we do know we're not newbies to these projects. We do know, and we've had the input. So I take a lot of offense reckless and floundering. And I don't think insulting me or anyone else that's here is the proper way. That's not the proper way to conduct ourselves. These are vetted projects. I've made the motion. The motion hasn't been seconded, obviously, so it's clearly not moving forward. But I stand by the motion that I made. And I think that we should be now appropriating these ARPA funds for these projects. And we know that that will free up funds and free up bond funds for other capital projects. I love that sewer project, but when's that going to get off the ground? Who knows? I'm talking about the ones that are already moved forward and vetted. And I'm not going to insult my colleagues because I disagree with the vote or an opinion or something else like that. These are important projects that need to be done, and we have a pool of funds that we should be appropriating towards it. Thank you for giving me all that time to speak on it.
You're welcome, Mrs. Minipelli. Would you consider amending that? What I'm hearing from 3 colleagues is that they want to take more time to talk about it more while the clock ticks and we haven't spent the ARPA money and it could be clawed back. But there seems to be, there's 3 against 2 that want to have this powwow. So could I ask you to maybe, I know that you want the signaling.
I believe it's the right thing to do, but I would like to have, now that it's up, I'd love to see what happens this September.
Specific project,
Yeah.
the design is going to happen, and we really don't have time. If that's going to happen, it should be put into the design that's happening. It's the one thing that I feel is important tonight. We can powwow about all the rest of it. That's what I would ask. If we could get a motion, maybe amended, just for that for tonight. And then.
What about the other 2 items that we have?
Well, those are already there to be voted on. Those are already being.
Again, before us is $1,542,000.
That's already a vote. That's going to be taken.
Madam Chair, first of all, in relation to my comments, floundering, I include myself in this. I didn't mean to insult anybody specifically. I include myself in it as far as floundering around here because I was not prepared. Nor was I thought we were going to have a discussion as to what we were going to do about the ARPA money and what process we're going to go through to determine how we're going to spend it. In relation to the laundry list of things that were passed at town meeting, this board had the opportunity to use those ARPA funds months ago. Months ago. We chose not to. Deliberately and intentionally chose not to. We went this other route. We could have funded all those things. We could have made those recommendations back in April. Gone to town meeting, put nothing before them because we're going to do it. Or done some other projects which got passed over because the funding wasn't there. So this isn't like it's not like we didn't have an opportunity. We made a conscious decision not to. I thought because we're going to take a deliberate approach to determine how we're going to use these funds. So nothing's changed as far as that list. Nothing's changed as far as the opportunity that this board had to use these funds for those purposes. So this isn't new, this isn't novel, this isn't let's take the deliberate approach. And again, I think we should be considering some of these things. And once we get more information from the finance director and administrator, maybe we can cover some of those things and again, put that money aside for other projects. Or we can just fund the other projects. Because the bottom line is we're going to be spending the money and we still have things we need to get done. When the lights are included, that'll be determined at some point. That's fine. But what we're doing tonight to me, it just doesn't make a lot of sense. So,
but a huge factor here, Mr. O'Leary, is the notification that we're going to lose this and all of these new requirements that we've heard of since we looked and listened and did this way back when before it went to town.
The December 2024 date hasn't changed. in ours to just.
No, but what they're
2026.
doing with it now and taking it back, that's something new. And you have to have this, that, and the other thing. We looked at the ARPA stuff when it first came out. We looked at the regulation. We talked about the
Talking
regulation.
about the clawback stuff back then too.
It never said that. No, it never said that.
Actually, the clawback looks less onerous, but because we have time. to
No,
rearrange the
it
funding.
never
So
had,
again,
it never
we
had
the
that, if you
That's all I can say.
appropriate, if you use 100,000 and you said you were gonna use 300,000, you lose it. It never had those rules upon it, or requirements, or restrictions is really what
Can I
it
ask
is.
again, what are the $2 amounts that we need for Central and, Haverhill and
$1.4 million. Oh, sorry.
Oh, for the light?
No. For the Haverhill, actually, how much money do we commit from our?
For the capital plan for FY24, we intended to use $1.4 million for Park and Central Street and $100,000 for Haverhill and Chestnut Street. I'm sorry, for Park Street Bridge, $1.4 million
The
for
bridge.
Park Street Bridge, and $100,000 for Haverhill and Chestnut Street. And there is a motion for that.
Those are the two we're gonna vote on tonight.
Those are the two, I came in asking.
Yeah.
Yes, that's fine.
Remember that?
They can be voted tonight, they can be voted at another point in time.
No, we should vote for it. We should do that.
We did previously say very publicly, financing those, the payments to
Yes.
Keller and the committee.
Madam Chair, I move to appropriate $1.4 million of ARPA funds for the Park and Central Street Bridge project and $100,000 for the Chestnut and Haverhill Street project. Is that what the motion?
Well, that's here, yeah.
Okay, that's what I'm making the motion.
Okay, well, why don't we have the official,
So let's
Written
do the
motion.
official motion, okay? So it's two of them. Madam Chair, I move to approve the use of $100,000 in American Rescue Plan Act funding for the Haverhill and Chestnut Street intersection project as reflected in the fiscal year 2024 capital improvement plan.
Second.
I have a motion, and I have a second from Mr. O'Leary. All in favor? Any discussion? All in favor?
Aye. Madam Chair, I move to approve the use of $1.4 million in American Rescue Plan Act funding for the Park Street Bridge replacement project as reflected in the fiscal year 2024 capital improvement plan.
Second.
I have a motion, I have a second from Mr. O'Leary. Any discussion? All in favor?
Aye. That's it.
You say that?
What's that?
I'm sorry. Oh, wait.
Do we have any other motions we'd like to put on the floor?
Can I ask a question?
Of course you can.
For our continued discussion about use of ARPA funds. By the next meeting, could you give us the number of employees that were working here during COVID that were considered essential employees that were covering town operations during COVID? Can you give us the number that were here? Because I'd like to make some proposals related to the use of the ARPA funds when we do come back and revisit this issue.
This is an opportunity to get the light right now. If we got a motion on the
So
floor.
yes, we can provide that information.
Even if we get
Just
to,
the light.
even if we get to September.
We don't.
We've heard
The design will be done.
that there may be limitations.
And the design has
You
to
just
be
redo
changed.
it.
Keep that off.
If you're worth it.
Regardless, we'll have to research that.
That would be great.
That's frustrating.
It is. It's a process. It takes time.
No, this could be done now. The town wanted it. We were one vote short.
Because I was home.
Yes. So you could put a motion now and we could get it.
It's good, it'll happen. I can promise you. Might cost a little bit. It's good, it'll happen.
Yes.
I'm curious to see what happens, actually. All right. Is that it? Are we done? Oh,
Don't we have the town administrator's report? or
I
did
guess we do.
No, we did not do that. And we don't have, we don't have a motion on the floor for the permanent light? No.
I already did it. Oh, but I don't think it's.
Without all the other stuff?
We need to get this report. What is this?
While we're sitting, I apologize for using the comment reckless. Maybe due diligence.
Premature is what you meant.
I like to say I'm a data-driven decision maker, and I like to think of my colleagues here that have been steeped in this stuff for months and years as the same.
I am, I just need all the data, that's all. I don't have all the data.
All right, should we move on to town administrator's report?
Public comment.
Oh, I'm sorry, public comment.
Anybody
Oh,
still?
in the wrong.
You deserve to say something. It's 11:35. Anything. You want to talk about
Anything.
Soon for work. Your favorite food?
We kept you awake?
Yes. I went to bed asleep 3 hours ago.
Me too.
You know.
I am sleeping right now.
Okay, public comment. Anybody on the Zoom? No?
How many minutes?
They left.
Just Maureen, I think.
Maureen, do you have anything to say?
And 857. That's it.
All right.
And the customary vote on the minutes, if the board so chooses, and then a reading of the previous actions on releasing those.
I tabled the minutes.
Yeah, we're not doing it.
We just read the ones that were released. Like we normally do. So what's on the agenda? So the three categories.
Oh, am I reading the back?
Yep.
Just read the back?
Read them, yep.
Okay.
Everything up until number 16.
Okay. Acknowledgement of release of portions of the following Select Board Executive Session Minutes. 11/20/2017, Section 6, 104 Lowell Road. Acknowledgement of release of portions of the following Select Board Executive Session Minutes, subject to any necessary redactions under the Public Records Law. 12/18/2017, Section 3, SSBC Litigation. 11/30/2017, Section 6, 104 Lowell Road. 11/28/2017, Section 6, 104 Lowell Road. And then you don't want me to read the next ones? Is that what you want? Sorry.
Just read up to number 16.
Read up to, I can't hear you, sorry.
You said read up to number 16.
Number 16. Number 6.
Yeah, so keep going.
So read on the other ones.
Yeah, keep going.
Okay, okay, all right, thank you. Acknowledgement of review and continued non-disclosure of portions of the following Select Board Executive Session Minutes. 12/18/2017, Section 3, Fire Union. 12/18/2017, Section 3, DPW Union. 12/4/2017, Section 3, Fire Union. 11/20/2017, Section 3, Fire Union. That's it.
I think it's all you now.
Thank you. So, due to the technical difficulty of reading my phone, so bear with me. First, as has been discussed, Justice Street is closed at Park Street, Route 62. Temporary traffic signals are up and functioning at the intersection of Park and Center Streets. The Police Department and the Department of Public Works continue to monitor the flow of traffic in and around the area. Second, the Arthur Kenny turf field replacement project began July 13th. For safety reasons and to preserve the contractor's ability to access the field and track are closed to public use. The paved walking path around the adjacent grass multi-purpose field is available for the public to use. The Department of Public Works is working to confirm a public information meeting date for improvements, including the addition of a traffic signal at the intersection of Haverhill and Chestnut Streets. This is a project that was funded in last fiscal year at June town meeting. The project was funded at that meeting. Information will be distributed to the community soon with regard to the date, which I expect to be later in the month of August. Relatedly, I did sign a design contract for North and Central Street intersection, as was funded at town meeting. Again, that's only for design. There's no construction funding that was approved at that point in time. I wish to recognize the work of Jean Fitzgerald, who retired from her part-time work in the Senior Center last month. The Senior Center is now seeking candidates for a part-time program or volunteer coordinator funded by state grant funds. Information may be found on the town's website under jobs. The DPW Facilities Department's been making cosmetic and other improvements to several areas of Town Hall, including the men's and women's restrooms on the lower level near the gym and the small kitchen area. They are now working on the men's room, the main level, and will move to the women's room in the near future. The public's patience and understanding is greatly appreciated. Town Moderator John Murphy has informed me that he has appointed Nicholas Merlocka and reappointed Matthew Davis to the Finance Committee for terms and notified the town clerk accordingly. And finally, the board members are aware, and as the community knows, Police Chief Michael Murphy has informed me of his intention to retire effective August 2nd. We talked at length about that and the process going forward. I'm pleased to formally announce that North Reading Police Lieutenant Mark Zimmerman will succeed Chief Murphy as Chief of Police beginning August 2nd. Lieutenant Zimmerman has held the rank of lieutenant since 2011 and serves as the department's executive officer. He joined the police department in 1993 and was promoted to the rank of sergeant in 1999. During his tenure, he has served as the department's civil rights officer, commander of the honor guard, departmental training officer, elderly affairs liaison, domestic violence supervisor, and DARE instructor/juvenile officer. Prior to joining the North Reading Police Department, he served 5 years in the Linden Fire Department and served 4 years in the United States Air Force. Chief Murphy will be recognized in a changing of the guard ceremony on Tuesday, August 1st, and the public is invited to a swearing-in ceremony for Chief Zimmerman on Wednesday, August 2nd at 9 a.m. in the gymnasium at North Reading Middle High School. I'll save further comments recognizing Chief Murphy for his final day on August 1st. The task folks is going to be congratulating Chief Murphy on his service to the town and Lieutenant Zimmerman on his promotion. So congratulations both. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you.
We did everything.
Old and new business?
We did it.
We did do
We
it.
did all the new business.
Oh, we did do it.
Yeah, it was so far ago.
We have new business.
Board reports.
We did everything.
We did it.
We did, but I have
I checked
a
everything.
new business.
Wait a minute. New business.
I think we could revisit new business.
I just wanted to say for the signage or the implementation of the temporary signalization was fantastic. All around, that was good. It seemed like overnight execution, so I don't know who is responsible for that, but if they could, did just a great job all around, even in advance of the, where you approach the lights, just the direction and everything like that, and the safety, they're not cones, but the safety mechanisms that were put in the road. I think that's a great job.
Both the police department and DPW work together to design where the signs go, post the signs, work with the engineers, so hopefully make a message. Thank you.
Great job.
And I'd add to that, the signals have been fantastic for me. And I actually saw the DPW director standing at it one morning. They've been, coordinating a lot of that. So, yeah, it was a great job done.
Thanks, Madam Chair.
All right.
All right. Madam Chair, move to adjourn.
I have a motion to adjourn. I have a second from Mr. O'Leary. All in favor?
Aye.
No. Mrs. Minipelli would like to continue.
We'll have to work.
Thank you.